Good morning, everybody. How are we all doing today? What's up? What's going on with my camera? I just want to let everyone know that we got this today. I'm bullish as fuck, but no matter the outcome, Girk has taught us so much to help stay on top regardless of the direction. Let's play smart, make money, not lose it. Yep. Thank you so much, DJ. I appreciate that, man. Hit the like button. Yeah, that's a thing. Full port, yeah, buddy. Oh boy. Writes daily DD. I've done this 300 times. Go read yesterday's DD. Thanks, Carl. Good morning, Secure. Full bull or full rug pull? We're gonna find out real soon, aren't we? We get full bull if we open above. Could you explain rug pull into peak exuberance? Do I need to explain it? Ding ding. Full rug bull. Oh man. This is gonna hurt. Well, it might. Speaking of which, yeah, open this. Interesting. Okay, so this is bullish. This continues. This is very bullish. Do the bull. Yeah, all right.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violet outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violet outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violet outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violet outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. Green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like.
Way too early. It's never too early. Too late to buy some calls? That's up to you. IV's spiked right now, though. So take that into consideration. Yeah, this looks good. We're getting some pressure from the market. The market's rallying back up after yesterday's pointless drop. Looks promising. Nobody's crying about cat, so I can presume that's doing well. Fuck going on? I didn't even have coffee yet. What are your realistic expectations on price movement pro-split? We'll probably see a drop immediately following the split. But I would be very careful doing anything until after the due bill exemption is complete, which is on the 20th. I believe the final day is the 25th, but some brokers may not deliver till after that. $69 bulls, please. Dude, I don't have that anymore. That was on the old hard drive that got deleted. That still kind of looks good, actually. And get Fickle up there. Pulte must be buying. I don't know about that. We bussin'? Uh, yes. Collapse. Going with the Mac dork, yeah. That's the plan. This seems to be the best indication of directional movement, right? If you put on regular candlesticks, it doesn't really look that bullish. Listen, definitely Bullmayo guy. I could zoom out and it wouldn't look that bullish also. Did you end up playing Netflix earnings? No. Aren't they tonight? I thought they were tonight. Are they today? Does the risk of getting flagged as a pattern day trader apply across multiple brokerages? No, I don't think so. Jim is great and all, but the real question is, what did you do to Dr. K? He's fine. He's probably still eating hamburger pie and giving his family COVID somewhere. Netflix has a new series called Earnings. Ooh. We're the 50 MA on the weekly. Proving top to be resistance. Last time it reclaimed it after being below was the Jan sneeze. Yeah. Needs more volume. It does. Quite a bit more. Although today's morning volume I think is higher than yesterday's was. Please tell me JFresh is bearish. The last thing I heard him say was like something about exuberance brimming. Perfect day for a rug pull. DDS is the one true MOASS. It's doing okay today. I'm surprised it actually isn't running harder. You're selling Bobby calls or waiting until after this week? I'll probably wait until after this week before I sell any. Are you looking at Jimmy puts at all right now? Not really. All the TA indicates this is a power bottom heading into next week. Ew. Hmm. Bull flag? That's not what these are called. If it was, it failed. When will we know it's an OPEX? If they rug pull us? Jeez, you're so afraid of critical margin. Dick. Versus positioning viewers and in the money covered calls between 125 and 135. It's not unreasonable for October. I mean, I see the strategy there, but I'm not a fan. Definitely not past September. Risky as shit. If I buy shares, will I be entitled to the split? Yeah, you should be. Any shares purchased today or tomorrow should come with a due bill attached to them, and you will receive the dividend after the effective date. It may take a little while for you to get the dividend, but you will receive it. Explain what the crocodile formation on the new indicator is. If they get closer together, up. If they move apart, downs. Volume on the SPY really sucks. That does look kind of good. What if they cross? Big ups. Are they stop loss hunting? Maybe. Not in a very effective range, though, but maybe. I think they're just taking advantage of some of the active fund pressure here. We didn't have any internalization data for yesterday this morning, but let me see if it's up now. Or utilization data. Nope, still not up. It's very bullish to touch tips. You missed a super chat, or are they not showing up on stream? Did I miss one? Sorry. Okay, I set stop losses for all 30 of my calls. Fuck you, Super Stupid, for training me to never sell like a dumb dog. Nice, man. I, I hope you don't get stopped out, because this doesn't look super bearish yet. Although, that doesn't look great either. Let's see if we hold the line. I'm getting really close to being stopped out on a bunch of mine, too. Move him down a couple points. They're still posting about Citadel building having their lights on. Geratherm Medic? What? Found my stops. Slept in. Hey, buckle up, Jen. Everyone say hi to buckle up, Jen. A blurred view on market chameleon. GME now with negative delta on the chain. I don't know if that's accurate. It is. Wait, hold on. That's not even today. Hold on. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. A lot of sold calls. But also a lot of calls being bought. The previous OPEX, when did volume start to come in? Right at open? No. Like 10:30-ish. Okay, the SPY is starting to pull up, so that's good, right? Doesn't feel like OPEX. Fair. Hmm. Interesting. They're really trying to get people to sell. Gap fill? Hmm. Maybe. Volume still blows. If nothing by noon, chop today, and tomorrow's last chance, right? Yep. Why is 10:30 such a pivotal point in general? I often see big changes at that time. It's a good question. Could be a dark pool dump, or multiple dark pools dumping an hour after market open. Tends to be the time that volatility starts to drop in the market. I think that's really the only thing that's significant about it. Why don't they just boof as much as possible and trickle it out over a few days? I mean, they could. Very possible they've been doing exactly that for like the last 8 days, right? Web 21st started at 3:30. August 21st started at 1:30. I think August's first big leg up was in the morning. Then it got slammed in the afternoon. Also, August 21st wasn't an OPEX date. August 24th was. Um Neither was Feb 21st. Neither of those days are OPEX dates, Bob Vance, Vance Refrigeration, Boom Hunter Pro Rep. Did you sell calls? No. Dorky likey? I mean, I do too. It looks good. That's why I moved my stop losses, but can you please say what got changed to the indicator to the lower left? No. Thanks for asking, Stefan. Spread is 50 cents. It's about 30 cents. Stress level so high, my Apple Watch just asked me if I'd had a fall. 75s? 75 watts? Did you ever get Heelys for the new apartment? There isn't a new apartment. $800 likes before 10 a.m. Is that a record? I think we've gotten 1,000 before market open before. I'm just gonna inverse the chat. When everyone is all bummed and thinking about selling and saying another NOPEX, that's when I full port. It's usually not a bad strategy, honestly. Play full bull. We're over 150. I already played it today. 150 doesn't get 2 full bull playings. No, that was dislikes. Oh, maybe. Could 10:30 be significant because London or European markets closing? I don't think so. I think the London exchange closes sometime around like 1 o'clock. Right? This is open 24 hours. They have like a session, right? 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. 12 p.m. to 4 and 12 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. GMT plus 1. We're GMT minus 4, so it's a 5-hour difference. Yeah, I think like 12:30 is when the London exchange closes, like Eastern time. Or 1:30? No, 12:30. It's 5 hours. We do suspect that has some effect on 1269. Volume's still low, to be honest. Yeah. How far under do you set your limit for a stop loss? I'm being told by IBKR that my limit at $4 is too far from my stop at 5, but I'm worried about falling through the limit if a rug pull. I don't think I mean, a full dollar is kind of a lot. Unless you're on like a really illiquid strike. Volatility is rising. Check your 950s. Bullish, yes. As the tips get closer to touching, all kinds of fireworks can happen. And what you really want is for them to intersect. And then, like, they don't want to cross. Yeah, they don't want to cross streams. Overbite crocodile for MOASS? What are you saying today? What happened the last time they intersected? We went up. Is this financial voyeurism? I don't know. What's the full bull number today, or did I miss it? It doesn't exist. I've transcended bullish and bearishness. Now I just have exposure to things. And then if I don't like them, I destroy it. What point is it best to sell IV sensitive calls like 950s? By the end of the day? Or wait for tomorrow for a possible spike? I mean, you're waiting for an IV spike on them. Feeling otterish. You keep talking about touching tips and exposing yourself. I don't know if this stream is right for me. If those things make you uncomfortable, then it probably isn't. Yes. My suggestion would be to leave and find somebody more positive. Maybe like Matt Kors or Trey Trades. Somebody who's going to yell at you, smack their camera, lick their microphone. You know, that kind of shit. You put the bull in uncomfortable. I recall reading that June OPEX had huge obligations market-wide. Do you recall any stocks that had a big run as a result? Tesla? Told my dad to undress, but which tips were you talking about? P.S. Our weeklies are so hard. There goes critical margin theory yet again. I hope they move the line up. Are we about to lift off? We're about to do something. Silly Gurk, we must maintain critical margin for 15 full minutes before they're liquidated. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, GameStop at an $11.67 billion market cap. Totally unsustainable. How much volume do you expect for OPEX runs? A lot more than we've got. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help or something. Fuck this light. It's burning my eyeballs. We're going dark mode. Oh, it's so much better. It's my eye drops. I didn't take my allergy medic. This is bullshit. This is a bullshit day. All right, I'm back. Ew. How well are we moving according to expectations? I mean, we're higher than we opened, which is a plus. No, I don't get migraines. It's possible a spike in volume and volatility near the end of the trading day, helped also by arbitrage. Sure. Still kind of bearish. What happened to SBNY? Down almost 8.5% and still drilling. I have no idea. Did they have earnings this morning or something? Nope, more shorting. At least they're trying to. These are starting to diverge. Tesla dead? What is Tesla doing this morning? Oof, fucking rough. Tesla has landed in another legal soup. Misleading advertising and data protection violations are being sued by Germany's largest consumer protection group. What's diverging? The thing in the bottom, this. Do you think Netflix earnings are scary for the markets? I mean, yeah, not as much as they were. Netflix isn't nearly as highly valued as it was like 2 quarters ago. I'd love some context. Divergence is bad, convergence is good. Are we going to see a lot more share creation attacks of these single stock ETFs? Single stock ETFs generally are just leveraged through options, so probably not. Negative 82K delta at the moment. Weekly selling off in higher numbers. Very skittish. Yep. Why are you so dark? I turned my light off for a second because it was burning my eyeballs. Ugh. Will Dork let you rename the new indicator the guy Brushinator? No, it's the Mac Dork. It's already got a name. Sorry, you're too late. What did you use to learn TA on graphs like GME and the SPY? Technical analysis of the financial markets. Just keep it off. We don't give a fuck. That's good. It's looking a little better. Giving makes you feel truly happy. What makes you most happy? Nailing a trade, perfectly cooked meal, closing the stream for the day? Would prefer a serious answer if you're comfortable providing one. Solving puzzles at will enjoyment. I like to solve puzzles. That's the only point of doing all this, right? Is to figure it out. If you were a financial product, what would you be? Shadow option. Why? Because it sounds edgy. hate puzzle games. No. I mean, I don't really play that many games, but no, I don't like cryptographs. I do not appreciate you objectifying my body like that. Get over it. Not a sad fap while reaping billions in options. Currently stuck in sales meetings over Teams. Watching the stream on mute. Can you move your mouth in a more exaggerated manner? I'm a bad lip reader. No, salad seducer. Just add me to your Teams call. Did you say that the orange line needed replaced? Is the green line or blue line better? They are, well, not equal, but super cool. Thank you for answering. Puzzles are indeed the best. Great answer. Have a great day. Thank you so much, Atwell. I appreciate it, man. Shadow option for mod. Done. Bar rate falling on GME to 32.3. Only 1K left to borrow. You know, it spiked this morning. Earlier, it was at like 38. And then, with essentially no shares returned, it went to 32. I don't know what's going on with it. What green, red food do you like? It's a food that's both green and red. I don't know. I keep thinking of really gross things because it's such a terrible color combination. My port is green. What do I do with my hands? Patience. You mentioned you were considering exercising some. Where would you sell some? I have some time on them, but I think I'm up now. I don't have that brokerage open right now, but maybe around like 115. Oh, this isn't split adjusted yet. What was my PT for this? Yeah, like 115. I think I could sell like half of my contracts. Well, I could sell, yeah, half my contracts, more than half, 75% of my contracts, and exercise the rest. Which could be an okay shareholding. Not as big as the Amazon one, but decent. Being a little more bearish right now. Can I put you down as a reference on my resume? Yeah, absolutely. Is it okay if I tell them that your ultimate goal in life is to remove my hair and then lay in bed and put it on your own head? You send me a link to the Mac door indicator? No? Cute. There. I'll make it a little bit bigger. Fruitcake is disgusting. Christmas M&Ms. Watermelon? You don't eat the green part, though. Ooh. Well, that means they're borrowing from one place, Amy, and probably returning somewhere else, right? Do people ask... Do you ask people how they're doing after they say good morning, or just good morning? Someone asked me how I was doing, but did ask them how they were because I don't care. Yeah, I don't know. I guess, yeah. I don't ask them how they're doing. Maybe I do. I can't remember now. Anyway, I'm here. I'm ready for mod ship. Nice try, shadow option. Thanks. We're in at 112.50 on Goog, I believe. Yeah. Wait, that's your strike? That's my strike. You got the 22.50s pre-split, right? Except now I have, 40 fucking contracts. Give a fuck what you tell them, just don't lie. All right. Just tell them the truth. He's gonna watch the stream all day, not work, while trading with the salary he's being paid. Yeah, that is true. If SPY were to retest 389 today, where do you think the active funds would bring GME to? Well, it depends on how much of that volume's internalized, right? Which they've been doing a fucking lot of lately. You break down the indicator again. Blue line down means ups. No, you want convergence. Convergence means ups. So if they're moving towards each other, then you get upside. What'd you do to the OPEX price? I thought that was under control. Please drink your coffee and calm down. You have the Biden Zoom call soon, and a red and green. Red and green means frog in a blender. Everyone knows that. Thank you so much, Bithead. I will drink more of my coffee. It is necessary. That last comment left me feeling personally attacked. I'm sorry, Dork. Near perfect attendance for the stream. Can't say the same for my actual job. I mean, I've shown up late a few times. No, they don't track dark pool volume. Add IGH. Ooh. It's tantalizing. What's the yellow line mean? It was IJH. This is good. We're starting to converge again. More breakouts. Check DMs. Can you remove the background on that, a user? $13 must be a dunce. Calls at 12:69 for lunch. It started with TA, turned into a cult. Don't blame Jimmy G. It's not his fault. Thank you for fomenting epic penning for fun. MOASS or not, I'll make money on the run. Fuck yeah, Bob Lewis, Brigadier Shill. Thanks for being here for literally ever. I made an indicator for Bobby. I just know the price is always $5. You just drew a support resistance at $5. If it crosses, you're winning. What's the widget look like if you point it elsewhere? Well, it does different things. How is the timing of when the split is awarded strategic by Cohen? I don't know if the timing of when it's awarded is strategic. I mean, beyond allowing his insiders to sell part of their position in order to get a salary because they got awarded stock at $200 that's now down, significantly. Those lines ever cross streams per se? They do, after the tips touch. I've I mean, it's been loosely back tested. My cat calls are doing well. Thanks, Girk. Nice, man. Congratulations. 40 degrees in Nottingham today. If I die, will you do a memorial stream for me? Yes. But only if you can prove it. You have to prove that you're dead. You'll have to leave me something in your will and invite me to your funeral in England. GME looking like an OPEX day. It's looking like something's going on here. Where's the exuberance line today? 158.50. Although 152 is nice. Jesus, I'm really far behind on chat. Play full bull. I already did that. Here's our pigeon whale. There's no pigeon whales today. If he has low T, he's not for me. Hashtag ban Carl. Hashtag demod Carl. Carl, you want to go timeout JT Acula? I know you do. What are your values you use on RSI? 6 and 14? I'm beginning to get the feeling that the whole market took that June OPEX holiday deferral. Maybe. I'm selling my house in Arizona, pulling my equity, and buying some land in Illinois. Am I an idiot? I feel like I'm playing the arbitrage in the housing markets perfectly. Yeah. I mean, you're buying at the top of the market there, pigeon teeth. I don't even, you know what's amazing is I don't even know what the temperature is here. I'm not outside. So it's just 72 degrees. You would go to a pauper's funeral? Absolutely. Is there going to be an open bar? I'll open one. Don't worry about it. I don't have 100 shares, so I can't sell covered calls, but I want to take some profit. Should I wait to sell some shares until after the split, or sell now? How many shares will you have after the split, Tyler Sunby? $1.2 million worth of 160s. It's exciting. I've been exuberated since last night, if you know what I'm saying. I don't. Are we like 15 minutes over the stupid line yet? Can we stop talking about it? Check out calls rolling in on shift search. Looking better. Net delta is still negative though. Yeah, 1.4 million in 160s, 1 million in 150s. It's still very call heavy. It's bullish. Get me wrong. Ooh, big move. In a second. Give it a second. It did big contractions. You know, I slept with my dehumidifier on last night, and now my throat's dry. Yeah, Ivy went up just a little bit. It's hot. Stay inside. Okay. Check DMs. Oh shit. Dude, did you know that your car's at Gamma Max? Are you showing me the temperature? That's disgusting. You shouldn't live there, wherever that is. Stick boy? Do we need to poke it right now? Looking to increase my cost basis. Do you think we'll reach 180, 190 on this run? Oh, that's tough to say. We'll see. Calls are coming in, so that's a positive. Four shares after the split. Do you have an official name for Dork's wizard tip touching oscillator? The Mac Dork. No. Divergence. How's it hanging, dude? Crazy 41 degrees here in Nottingham. I'm glad I'm in air conditioning and fridge engineer now. It's a godsend. Wait, don't you have to go into like buildings that aren't cool and fix them? That sounds terrible. Also, can you check on Average Joe? He's hot. Hang on, update from SuperSec. Looks like critical margin doesn't start until 160. Silly ass. The porters are freaking out in Discord. That's pretty normal. Maybe I should go ban some of them. That usually calms them down. Oh no. Wait, we're doing big contractions. Ooh, they're shorting through something else. This is exciting. What do you think the SPY's range is to the upside today, this week? I mean, there's a pretty hard wall at 389. Divergence. Poop. If it breaks 389, it could hit like it could potentially hit like the mid 390s. 393 to 395. Ooh. It's getting like really volatile. I like this. Can we stop talking about refrigeration like we're all experts when I'm right here? I mean, I don't think anyone was pretending to be an expert, Bob Vance, Vance Refrigeration, Boom Hunter Pro Rep. Check on Jean-Claude Van Damme also. The lines will boof each other when it's time. Until then, we must simply be patient and encourage them. It's okay, MacDork. Take your time. Exactly. They get skittish when they get close to each other, you know. It's a very high anxiety environment, sweaty. Average Joe isn't hot, he's average. But that's what Fluffy just said. Just trying to think this might be true. It's doing the opposite of what you said would happen. No, it's not. Which is the indicator? They're getting closer, just very, very slowly. All these people complain about the weather. It's gonna be a perfect 75 degrees outside in Southern California. This is why I'm poor. Okay, listen. There's no fucking way that it's a perfect 75 in Irvine. I'm checking the temperature right now. Where's the weather? You bastard. No, it's gonna be 83. Is that today? Yeah, mid 80s. I don't even know what the temperature is here. What is it? 82? Humidity's out of control though. Are they running out of places to pull money from? Sure. Not money, but liquidity. I just got here. I hope this has been explained, but can you tell us why RC moved critical margin to 160 now? Wait, why do I need checking on? I'm just doing my shift. I don't know. Someone said you were hot. When I saw the ticker at 150, super glad I didn't quit my job already. Oh, man. Thank you for the knowledge. Doing great scalping these spikes. Nice, man. I do a nationwide chain of cafes, so normally one or two broke, but the rest are fine. Plus, I drive most of my time in my cold van. All good, and I've frozen average Joe. Perfect. Do you mind summing up the day so far, and how do you think OPEX expectations are looking? Uh, well, the tips are about to touch, and I'm excited about that prospect. If they go through one another and they transcend, I'm feeling very excited. But currently, the volume kind of sucks. It's a little better than yesterday, but we haven't seen any like big volume moves to the upside, which is still what we're waiting for. Daily's data shows BBY's float shrinking over time. 510,000 shares have been removed from the float since April 15th. What gives? I have no idea. It should be 80 million shares outstanding. Like even. Or 79.8, something like that. It's like really close to 80 million. I'm about to quit my job regardless of the price. I was literally hired for something different than what they want me to do now. That's the worst. Bobby ripping. It's not ripping, but it is at $5.30. We need the original Riku song when the tips touch. Dude, I don't even know where the fuck that is. Dwayne the Long Johnson. So close. As they approach each other, they become more attracted. This is critical. This is a critical juncture. Yeah, there's a lot of tension. You could cut it with a knife. GME is over 180. Oh, see, god damn it. This is the weirdest meet cute I've ever seen. I missed a Dillionaire. Oh shit. Sanchin, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm Obama on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
It's really best if you guys are very quiet. We don't want them to shy away from each other. Fuck. See? You made too much noise. You scared them. Stop fucking donating money. Thanks for all the great info you provide. If this isn't OPEX, is there any reason why you don't climb into Thursday before the split? I mean, not really. Wait, hold on. They've intersected. This is it. Wait for it. Wait for it. It looks just like the Secures. This can take a minute to be realized. How fucking rad would it be if all this price action is just split FOMO and smaller fund recalls, and the real launch for OPEX is 160. Let's fucking go. I hope so. I mean, there's like 1.4 million in 160 calls, so that'd be cool if they went in the money. I have no idea what this new indicator is or why I'm so aroused, but this is the best YouTube channel ever. Thank you, Amy Lewis. Wait for it. They're, outside forces are attempting to stop the docking. Poker Pig, welcome to Cornishan. Thank you so much, man.
Cornishan. Cornishan.
There we go. Just need to play out some romantic music. Maybe if I play it the sweet, sweet sounds of pigeon whales. Wait, where did you get footage of me and Trash mating? Nice, Nautical. What's up, Space?
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Fuck. This is lame. I love how we're just not trading any fucking volume at all right now. This is such bullshit. I think I'm banned from RSS. All I said was Mars is more likely than MOASS at this point. I don't even know what that means. There it is. You know, a little foreplay is fine, right? Nothing like getting some butter on that biscuit before you really diverge. Can you explain that chart? Sort of. Where the fuck is our volume? They're just not letting the stock trade. Like, has the order book even fucking moved? It shows negative and positive correlation. Boofed? Our volume is boofed. Yeah, I mean, they're boofing hard. What's this chart at the bottom? Left. I've been out of town. Why is the cross bullish? It generally occurs before like volumetric upside moves. They halted it. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it looks like, right? And the crosses are actually pretty rare. If you look at like OPEX periods. There's May. It's June. Can I go back that far even? Nope. Fuck. It's not good. Quick draw some triangles. I don't know if that'll help. BBY DDS moving up. Yeah, but GameStop isn't. If someone sold all their shares, or they get the split on the 22nd. Nope. You think SPY will break 389? It's looking pretty good, right? Dude, how the fuck is this moving up so hard? And we're just sitting here. Shit. Absolute Zero Gaming. Thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the country to the country club after the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Are they just bleeding out James Rowland? I said I wasn't playing this OPEX, but your tips have aroused something I didn't know was in me. Who knew the T I was missing was Girk's tips? They're not even frosted yet, Turbferg. Hacks and lag switches, obviously, right? Fucking aimbot, shitty Citadel. The gains and losses are big. If I had stops, I would have been stopped out 20 times this morning. Yeah. I mean, I have stops, but they're pretty wide. I think DRS has anything to do with our volume dying. A little bit, but that'll be fixed after the split. Good to know, Dork. Ivy got killed, my calls are break even, and I bought near open. I don't know how much Ivy's killed. It's dropped a little bit. It's not really gone up much. I plan on selling CCs near the top. Should I keep an eye on SPY to determine top or mainly GM? That's up to you. If we hit Gamma Max, right? We're like fucking bottomed out there, right? Something's gotta give. No, I mean, I assume either nobody's trading GameStop at all, or they're fucking internalizing everything. They've reversed back. They're kind of just like threading through one another right now. Like, here, I can zoom in. SPY is up bigly. Could they just be internalizing while waiting for it to drop and then cover? I mean, it looks like that's exactly what they're doing, is just internalizing the shit out of everything. Because there should be like a shitload of options hedging going on right now for these calls that are being bought, and we're not seeing any volume come in. $2.3 million in 160 calls now. $18 million in calls bought today so far. 160, 150, 155, 150. August 160s. August 150s. 150 puts being sold. I mean, the whole chain is just bullish as fuck. Yeah, I mean, yes, asymmetric risk. Might be worth mentioning that the higher the blue line goes above the green line, the more bullish Dork gets. Yeah. Can you think of a way to explain it, Dork, without giving away any pertinent information? Because I can't. Just so people have an idea of what we're looking at without giving away information to reverse engineer. Critical margin now at 165. Jesus, that thing moves goalposts more than I do. Don't do it, Dork. No, not GME and AMC prices. Just turned in. Can you explain this Batman Head and Shoulders pattern I'm seeing? Should the villains of Gotham beware? I mean, sure. It's is it a Head and Shoulders? Sort of. BB Boy broke the 536 resistance. Oh my god. Don't give us anything. You've given enough. Thanks, Turb. This is basically like the first derivative of information volatility in 2 dimensions. The further spread apart they are, the steeper that 2D surface gets, i.e. more potential energy. Okay, yeah, I like that. Can you check the SPY resistance? What do you need me to check? It's at 389, right? If it breaks up, 393, I think is the upside resistance right now. Citadel just hired DFE as a securities analyst. Cool. No shares available to borrow from IBK. Cool. Less clue as to what it is now. So when they diverge, we want them to slam together rapidly. Yes. Critical margins, same like essential oils. Yeah. I do Michael Fassbender's carrot soup recipe. I do. Ooh, SPY still pushing. How in the fuck? I guess they just really don't want 160 to go in the money. Any thoughts on why they're boofing so hard and not using their entropy swap? Maybe nobody, maybe nobody agreed to swap with them. Just because we can see evidence of the hedge doesn't mean they found a counterparty. I'm canceling my membership for VectorVest. The ad told me to. Later, show. See ya. Are they making an M on the chart because the stock is good? No. I don't think that's the reasoning. I think the SPY hits 400 before the next major drop to new lows. It could, yeah. I mean, I don't know. There's a Fed speech tomorrow. I think, who is it? Oh, what's his fucking name? A guy I don't like. Brainerd. Was the indicator frozen? Is the stock? This is the most obviously manipulated I've seen Jimmy in a while. Yeah, I agree. Oh, is he speaking later today? Fuck. I wonder if they're holding back for his speech. Shit, I thought that was tomorrow. That's poop. Fed chair. Or Fed president or whatever. How does this critical margin theory compare to Paula Dean's critical margarine theory? I think one of those is actually more fact-based than the other. Are we thinking this is covering, or is this active funds? Volume is super low. I think we're just seeing a lot of internalization. I don't think anything's hitting the lit exchange on GameStop right now. The speech is at 2:30 p.m. Isn't Brainerd the one that usually says bullish things? No. He's the one who's like super hawkish. But when he says dovish things, people get extra excited. Atlanta Fed releases preliminary 2022 quarter 2 GDP numbers at 11 a.m. Negative 1.6 last quarter was negative 1.5. Fantastic. I don't know how important the preliminary numbers will be, but I think anybody who thinks we're not in a recession at this point is kind of foolish. Am I confusing her with Bullard? Maybe. I can't remember the people that aren't JPOW. Maybe it is Bullard. The irony in the name sounds familiar. Is it Bullard? Oh, okay. Maybe that'll be good then. But wait, what if the super dovish one comes out hawkish? This is bullshit. It would internalize if OPEX covering was going to happen today, correct? I mean, not necessarily. What if he comes out as an owl? What's going on with Jimmy? Literally fucking nothing. Big order of puts, XRT, 1.52 million at 59 for 819. How much volume can they internalize? A lot. When will we know if the chips bill passes? I'm not sure. Does anybody know what time the vote's at? Do you anticipate IV on out of the money GME calls to go up or down? Up or down or up after the split? Usually, like historically, after stock splits, IV increases like the day of the effective date. Updating Community Reinvestment Act. Okay. There's no full bull sign at 158. Ugh. This is gross. Those wee little bands need to touch again. That would be ideal. TDA showing 0 volume at the ask. There's orders. Lots of NASDAQ orders. But no OPEX? Don't know yet. Phineas nose forming. If we all sell, then yes, no OPEX. Well, yeah. But if we're the only thing propping it up, then no OPEX anyway, right? X-div for cat is today, so drop after today. I'm in on 175. Take my profit, re-enter tomorrow. Looking peaky. Maybe, yeah. Actually, I should probably close my weeklies because they're way up. Alright. I set a stop. If it bounces here, then okay, but if it falls below 176.44-ish, I should be out. Ooh, that's bad. What was that? $200 weeklies? Oh. No, I think we found some support. Maybe not. Ew. Fucking IV spiking super hard. Yeah, that's not good. Always the fucking rag. Yeah. Oh, stop it. Gap theory's bullshit. Yeah, I know it happens every day, but why not take profit and just re-enter cheaper? The new chart predicted the dip. I know. Safe to say no OPEX, or is OPEX still in play? I mean, we're still trading above 150. We're starting to get convergence again, which is good. Slowly, but you saw how fast it expanded, right? See this increasing volume on this too? Synthetic dip? I mean, no, it's a real dip. It will rip this afternoon. Good, I'll buy calls for that. Ivy's recovering. Love it. Internal boofing, then they get out of jail free card. Yeah. Any options flow data? We'll have to wait a bit to see what happened. I mean, they priced down IV. They're definitely like hunting for stops and trying to get people to give up on like their weeklies and stuff. But it's really effective on weeklies, right? Because if you price down IV and the price starts to drop, because of their theta decay, you know, they lose their value really, really quickly. I got out with 7K profits. Can't quit my job, but I can't complain. Yeah, exactly. It's looking a little better now. Pick up some more. Joke's on them, I don't set stops. Tomorrow, Jesper. Tomorrow's the final day to cover any obligations due. Yeah, but the problem with doing this is that, like, people can take profits and then just buy back in at the bottom of their shitty dip, right? What's the current theory on the lead time for the alligator? Sometimes really big moves can be very far in advance of the actual price action. Like 10, 20 minutes. Smaller moves, and we're super zoomed in right now, but like smaller moves usually like a couple minutes in advance. Wash, rinse, repeat. Yeah, exactly. I'm not married to any of my calls. I managed to sell about twice as many calls at the bottom. Yeah. Unless you don't have settled funds and 3 GFEs like me, might want to open a new account somewhere, right? Anything change in regards to short hedge funds needing to find shares to the dividend? Probably not, no. A lot more. I just picked up 160s and 180s. 20 of each. I think I filled on a couple more 950s, but I can't tell yet. It says pending. What the fuck does that mean, pending? I need to refresh this. There we go. Yeah, I got a few more. I got like five more 950s. I have a buy order at my cost basis, so. Thanks for the dip. I have more calls now. Yeah. I think not only did IV recover, it's slightly higher now than it was. It's not as high as it was this morning, but it's higher now than it was at the peak of the drop. What's the expiry on those 160s, 180s? July 29th. Can they internalize 100% of all buy orders the whole day if they wanted to? Yeah. My stop losses didn't fill as my broker shit. They weren't stop limits. They were stop losses for August 19th, September 16th. That's fucking really weird. You didn't have them set above the current contract price, did you? What brokerage, Corey? Can you tell me in chat? Was it Fidelity? Because like sometimes Fidelity stops like look like they haven't filled, but they have. But they're going through their like price improvement process. We like 200 of the IV drop, not much, but relatively it's a lot to me. Thanks, Girk. You got it, Adrius. Congratulations, man. I think I picked up like 10% on most of them by the time I was out. And then I was able to buy the 160s lower. I didn't buy back into the 150s though. Did they just do the exact same thing they did in June to the call chain? A little bit, not as much, but yeah, IV priced down super hard. I know because I have a stop set on like a small number of my October 390s and 950s that I put in place to test if they're like if they crush IV. And those will sell like the second they start doing that, right? Because in June the IV30 started at like 130. Yeah, it was higher, but they still crushed it a little bit just now. Like the 950 contracts just dropped I think they dropped to 225. Which for such a small move in Delta, you know, shouldn't have really happened. Is this another NOPEX? We don't know yet. Yesterday's volume was what? 3 million? 2.7? 1.8 today? That's still not enough, I don't think, for the obligations. Oh, Jesus, that wasn't updating at all. The change in 190, 950s was wild. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I use them for is like a volatility indicator because they're super sensitive. And it's harder to tell on near the money calls because they're so affected by Delta. Or well, Gamma. Last week we had some 7 to 8 million volume days. I know. Does that mean I can't sell these new contracts until tomorrow due to settled funds? Yes. Stop, limit. I mean, your stop and your limit were way too close. But now when it passed on the way back up, yeah, there was no order there. Yeah, that's way too tight for GameStop. Like 5 cents? You're not gonna get a fill. You can do that kind of, you can have stops that tight on the SPY, but not on GameStop. Yeah. We're getting convergence again. SPY up 2%. Yeah, I know. My broker's Quest Trade Canada stops are like $2 below current market price. Such bullshit. This is the final push. I need to move options trading over to IBKR. Too bad their UI is trash. Yeah. Their UI might be trash, but their execution is near flawless. So worth it. Sometimes it's not about it looking pretty, right? Yeah, and you get used to it. IBKR is not so bad after a while. $1 million at 11 a.m. on 2023, May 2023, 300C. Delta 0.3. No hedging? That'd be weird. It could take a second. We may see hedging, but they've been, kind of avoiding hedging the call chain all day, right? There's been a shitload of money coming in on weeklies and stuff that's just not being hedged. IBK are better than Fidelity? It's definitely better than Fidelity for options trading. ATP is fine. It just sucks for options trading. And they don't have stop limits, which is annoying as shit. How do you sell options? Like, I have to sell covered calls in Fidelity every week, and that's all I sell there, though. Like, that's the only options trades I do out of Fidelity. I'm watching the time and sells, and they're hedging everything. Where the fuck's the volume, then? You ready for the afternoon sell-off? We'll see. When you other say execution, you're talking about getting filled on tighter spreads. Yeah. When you say you have to wait till tomorrow to close your contracts, that's true if you already had sufficient settled funds. If you're on a margin account, you don't have to wait at all. And if your funds are settled, you also don't have to wait. That's if you're using unsettled funds to buy new contracts on a cash account. Then you would, yeah, the second set of contracts you buy in a day. Let's scalp this fucking indicator. There's basically retail speculation on the back of a surging market. There's a pretty good chance this will be an OPEX. I don't like it, I'll be honest. I was supposed to get to my accounts at 25K if they won't let me trade. You can call them and get them to remove one PDT violation vesture. Alternatively, if you're under 25,000, don't use margin accounts. Because PDT restrictions fuck you in the ass. Sold before the dip, perfectly re-entered during the drop to 150. No doubt with all the stuff I learned here. Thanks, Pickleman, for all you and your team do. I can feel VUPs coming. We'll see. Is the people selling during a shakeout now forfeit their divvy even if they buy back? Nasty trap if true. No, if they buy back, like if someone sold their shares and bought back, they would still get the divvy on the shares that they bought. Any shares bought before the effective date will receive the dividend. Also signed you up to co-stream. Thanks. Fantastic, turd. Yeah, let me know how it goes. You got exactly 20,000 subscribers. Yeah, something like that. Who's selling shares right now? Calls and puts, sure, but shares. You'd be surprised the amount of bullshit floating around on Twitter about like and Reddit about like selling your shares and still receiving the dividend that a lot of people think is true. True, false. Not hedging weeklies equals red flag. The can is going to be kicked. Our timing of the cycle is off. It could be a red flag, yeah. May OPEX Tuesday was negative 7%. Then we ripped on Wednesday. But we've only had 2 OPEXs where we've ripped on Wednesday. So it's rare, right? It's rare to have a Wednesday run. Why is this split so confusing for people? If you own shares, they split. If you don't, they don't. I know. But it's just like I think a lot of misinformation is going around and that's causing confusion, right? Do you know how they kicked the can? I don't know if they've kicked the can yet. We won't know till tomorrow. Hey, Girk, I remember us having OPEX runs on Wednesdays on multiple occasions. Isn't it possible this is just another shakeout as June obligations have to be covered at these higher prices? It's possible. There aren't multiple Wednesday OPEX runs, though. There's only 2 since we've started tracking it, and there's February 2021 and May of this year. All the rest started on Tuesday. So the probability of a late OPEX is smaller. If this ends up being a NOPEX but stays at this price, then post-split Jimmy will be between $37 and $40. That should cause some FOMO into the stock. Yeah, we'll see. Thanks, GameStop. Click the YouTube like button. Oh, yeah, that's a thing you can do. IV dumping again. Not really, no. Oh, that reminds me, I need to set another IV stop on some of these. 1 second. What I don't like is these periods. So this is what I don't like about this, right? We have, like, if we're using XRT puts as the metric for obligations due, there's like 170,000, right? Between June and July. This is lower than March, I think. Or just, yeah, just slightly lower than March. But the problem I have here is that we're seeing a lot of these periods where we're trading, we have stagnant trading, but the volume is continually going up. And you know, if this is the market maker de-hedging or de-leveraging, into ETF buy pressure, it's not creating positive price action on the stock, right? And that would not be good. So the blue, yeah, you want the blue line to go up, green line to go down. Like if you look at the drop, from like a few minutes ago when they diverged again, you know, you can see that like the green line goes up and the blue line goes down, and they diverged really quickly, and then we got a big short attack. They've changed the way they cover obligations from quarterly to monthly. Smaller positive moves on a monthly basis makes predicting them near impossible. If no OPEX this time around, then OPEX VUPs are dead without major catalysts. Back to the drawing board. Thoughts? Only one way to find out. I know this isn't looking great, but the level of silliness in the chat, shakeout drops, and JFresh's bearish are definitely a leading indicator of future VOPs. It's very reminiscent of last OPEX. Once that was most bearish, look to the light in the east for my signal. Thanks, Russell, my jimmies. Remove background, check DM. Let me know if that's what you wanted. Oh, dope. So you want the blue line up and the green line down on the MAC dark side chart? Yes. We have a second. Can you please show the BBY chart really quickly so I can check my resistances? I don't know if I have any drawn. Yeah, I don't have anything drawn at these levels. I have one at like what 471, and that's it. Yeah, I don't care about BBY's chart at all. Either it goes up or it doesn't. Where's the results from the can kick from June OPEX? We don't know yet. I mean, they have till tomorrow to cover, so talking about it now is fucking pointless. And if OPEX cycles are no longer occurring, then they've walked away from the position. Or they've found a way to defer it past the split. Neither of those outcomes are good. Two is like a third of all meaningful OPEXs since Jan 21. There's been 7 OPEX runs since January 21. Yeah. I mean, sure. It's still very rare for them to cover on Wednesdays compared to Tuesday covering. Is it worth holding 950s into the split, hoping for the volatility day of post-split? They're going to be 237.50s after the split. They may not have a lot of interest. See, the benefit of holding contracts into the split is after they split, more contracts are bought at the new strike. Because they're now cheaper, right? And then that means that the IV on the contracts that you already hold can go up. Why are we talking about NOPEX suddenly? Because people want to. You did say obligations were smaller. What if that was it? It could be. I mean, they could have covered obligations in June. Some of them, right? And then covered some of them slowly all the way up until now. Especially deferred ones. The problem though is if they defer them, it gets put into an escrow account and it's not supposed to settle out until the period, like the deferral period, is over. It's very possible that they didn't get approved for the deferral and simply took advantage of a 30 calendar day extension, but there's no way to tell. Which may be what we saw happen in November as well. I mean, approaching this week, it looked a lot like November. And rug pulls today would be, and they're about to short it again. Rug pulls today would be very similar to November, right? Could they have started covering back on July 6th when the divvy was announced and just slowly covered each day? That's possible, yeah. I mean, we've been moving up basically for the last like 8 days. Even today, we're up still. We're up 3%, which makes this the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th day in a row of consistent upside moves. Everyone big sad now. It's not even over yet, but yeah, everyone always does this. Is there internalization today? Print at dark pool dumps or T35? I mean, it prints whenever they release the internalization onto the market. If nothing happens this week going into the split, with the added liquidity going forward, would that indicate that potential significant upside price action for GME is over? Well, GME will be cheaper after the split. But did MM ever not hedge? As far as we can tell, they're hedging right now, Stefan. The volume doesn't seem sufficient for it, but it looks like they're hedging. If we can't make several thousand every quarter, we can still make a couple thousand every month, and we're still making several thousand every quarter. Compounding gains for the win. Yeah. I can't wait to sell shitloads of cover calls. And wheel GME. Now that CSPs are going to be cheap as fuck. Are cycles ending? We don't know. So far, they've been compressing. Don't most of our runs happen afternoon? Yeah. Loads of August 19th call buying on shift search. Yeah, there's a lot. Hmm. I thought they don't pay their bills early. They generally don't. That's why I've had such consistency in the OPEX cycles and the FTD dates. But that doesn't mean that the split announcement didn't change anything, right? Not anything we can see, but it could have changed something on their end. Yeah, they can internalize over days. What if hedging weeklies? I mean, like during the Jan sneeze, Citadel and Virtu internalized billions of dollars worth of order flow. What if hedging weeklies equals a real signal of up is imminent? I mean, they don't really hedge weeklies during OPEX either. Resisting the divergence, yeah. I assume the SPY is moving up. Yeah, so we're, you know, they're just combating active fund pressure. So the SPY's ripping up again, and then we're just not doing anything. But you see the divergence in the liquidity differential. Indicators say big downs, we're getting slight ups. They're buying into the downs. I think they're just combating active fund pressure and preventing us from breaking out. Can you refresh the indicator? I think it is refreshed. Yeah. Ooh. Jesus. Huh. Interesting. IV's climbing a little bit. Is XRT doing a thing? Not GME. Hmm. Maybe they dump internalization running up to the split. Possibly. They could internalize it all, dump it on the effective date in a more liquid environment. I mean, there's a lot of things that can happen here. We don't know, right? It's just day by day. I told everybody for fucking weeks, the best you can do with this week is get exposure. Sounds like some people made some money. Awesome. If you didn't, that sucks. This is how the stock market works. When is the best moment to sell CCs? Dude, I don't know. What do you mean the best moment to sell CCs? I mean, if the price runs, somewhere near the top, ideally, right? Like, you want me to tell you when the future top will be? I 2x my 819 150s earlier. Felt pretty good about that. Nice. Hard convergence. Are we going to tank? No, I think if we have, this is divergence, but if we have hard convergence, we're gonna go up. I've not made money yet, but I sold some lovely cover calls and I have an extra 4.4K in my account. Nice, dude. Fair to say we may get some spice from T+35 this week. There's not a lot of T+35 action left. The FTDs are starting to slim out. Like ETF FTDs are hitting a lull in a couple days. Or, yeah. And then FTDs aren't really very significant for like another week. And FTDs don't really matter, right? Not unless they put us on reg show. For every action, there's an equal but opposite reaction. Yeah. Helps us see even clearer how manipulated this shit is. Even more divergence. I think we're going to trade flat for a while here. Doing the same shit they did yesterday. If there's another cycle, how low could we potentially drop in the next few weeks? I don't know. We've had a lot of support at the 120 range, but things like support and resistance's strength will change after the split. So, you know, what's been a reliable support historically at like 126.70 may not continue to be a reliable support after the split. So, you know, a lot of it will be determining new support and resistances. You think OPEX will be affected because of the split? Like, is there some rule where they can delay settlement until the stock splits? No way to know. The only thing that was weird was some of the XRT puts last week were rolled out to the 22nd, but it wasn't a lot of them. It was only like 8,000 puts. I'm hoping for flat till end of day, then I'm re-entering some calls. I mean, yeah, our price action's still bullish. The technical trends are still strong. Do we know if they could have extended their Juneteenth deferrals even further with July 4th? They should have just gotten an extra day from July 4th. But that still puts them at tomorrow, right? As you said, they're always playing around with covering obligations. They always cover last minute. As for the split, those ETF obligations we kicked to September, correct? I think that's what happened in the case of Tesla and Nvidia, yeah. Because if you look at ETF fails, they spike like T+6 before OPEX. Or, well, not T+6 before OPEX. It's like a few days before OPEX. Over a 6-day period. So there's 6 days of fails. And then the OPEX run brought the price of the underlying to even, like, way the fuck up. And then after that, you know, they went, like, well, Nvidia went down hard because this year has not been good for tech stocks, but also, you know, Tesla exhibited similar behavior. So I think what happens, and I'm still not sure of this, but I think what happens is due to the ETF pro rata agreements. When the split occurs, the ETF has to own the shares in like kind. But because of the way ETFs are able to balance their NAV by writing forward contracts, instead of doing a share recall, they can write a forward contract till the next rebalance. And essentially, that lets the shorts off the hook for, you know, that quarter. Because at the end of this, you know, if an ETF has 1 million shares of GME, they need to have 4 million shares of GME, right? They can't just sit on 1 million. So they could satisfy they can offset the drop in their NAV for a period of time, but when they go into their rebalance and they get audited, they need to own the correct amount of the underlying to retain their weight against the index they track. And so I think this is what happened in Tesla. Let me see if I can show you guys. So if you look at Tesla back here, you know, from the split day, this is the ETF. So you see like 6 days of ETF FTD covering.
And there's a huge spike in Tesla ETFs, FTD volume in this period. Kind of most of it in the first, second, and third day, but there's a few of the smaller ETFs that Tesla was in at the time also run on the have FTDs on the last 2 days. And then you see the next OPEX in November start here. You see massive 3-day volume run over the course of T+2. And this is likely the covering of the split in the ETFs. And it occurs about 54 trading days later, roughly, from the timing of the split, which was here. Volume steadily declining. Yeah, consolidation. They'll pay a $25 don't do that again fee. I mean, that's not really how that works, but there's so much fun going around everywhere about GME that it just makes me more bullish. I've been waiting for a long time for this moment of the stock. I mean, we keep going up, so I'm okay with that. Will the indicator eventually converge, or will it just diverge forever? I mean, it can diverge a lot more than it currently is. But not forever. Net asset value. Pickles Penne. Seems like unlimited crime to me. You think GME could have a similar situation to the one you described with Tesla? It's possible, yeah. I think that may be the effect of stock split dividends on ETFs. It seems to track, at least with a few I've checked. There's a lot more to check, but we'll just destroy it after the split instead. I mean, Tesla dropped hard after its split. Like the day after it split, it did really well. Like the effective date, and then after the effective date, it dropped like a rock. I missed the last hour and a half or so due to meetings. Summary of thoughts. Waiting for volume. We still haven't seen any. They did a kind of a hard short there. Now they seem to be trying to prevent breakouts due to SPY rising. So you see like XRT and the SPY are going up, but no effect on GME really. When you sell CCs at the very top, will you be selling at the money or in the money? In the money. How much in the money will depend on how high the top is. It's not showing anything for FTDs at all, Space Monkey. Is there an exuberance line for today? Crossing 160 would be a big deal. You missed my dinner? Oh shit, I'm sorry, dude. Mr. Finch, thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you out of the country club after the stream, dude.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what
I don't think there's any single stock GME ETFs yet. Meditation. Those are going to be mostly on like big, like heavily like Microsoft, Google, Apple, Tesla, Netflix, shit like that. I don't think they're going to open up any single stock ETFs on GME. It doesn't even trade any fucking volume.
Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Do you sell in the money because you want the highest premium and you just buy back 100 shares at a lower price with the CSP? No, I'm just selling the money because I think the price will drop. WeBull doesn't seem to care that I do GFUs all the time. I'm guessing it's because I trade less than $1,000 at a time. Not necessarily. Like, you can get warnings on, right, for GFEs, but like if you're trading options and the option settles in T+1, so if the option settles before the second contract's GFE is triggered, then you've cleared with settle funds successfully, right? It's kind of a juggling act, but it can be done. I'm getting killed on my BBY puts for August. Are you still holding? I'm thinking of dumping and repositioning when the market looks like it's turning around. Thoughts? I think I got out of those on the hard drop. Like what was it, 3 days ago? Like the SLD drop. I think I got stopped out on my trailing. I don't have my Schwab open right now, but I'm pretty sure I got stopped out on the trailing on those. That's why I've never gotten warned. Yeah, probably. Yikes, it's cover call question time again. Oh, it's gonna be like cover call and wheel questions for the next like month at least. Indicator's frozen? No, there's nothing happening. Covered wheels? Will the School of Stock have a wheeling video? Maybe. Wheeling's easy, right? You sell cash secured puts, don't get fucking assigned. It's not over. We have till tomorrow, but everyone wants it to be over. Which I for the life of me can never understand, but this happens every fucking OPEX Tuesday, as long as I can remember, like as long as we've been tracking them. Still up $5 on the day. Everyone's still sad. I don't know what people don't get about T+2, but it's a 3-day period. Now tomorrow, if there's no volume, then we could be like, there's nothing, right? We've been up to 8 days in a row. I know. Everyone's sad is because they bought weeklies at 155. Probably. If you haven't made money this week, you haven't been paying attention to the stream. I feel like that's actually true, yeah. Do the squiggly lines show internalization? Well, the lack of movement in them kind of does. I can't remember OPEX ever running. Were you not here in May or March or November or August or June? May of last year. I watch the stream every day and still manage to lose money, albeit less. I used to lose, although maybe trading options just isn't for me. Fair, it may not be. You don't have to trade options. There's other investment methods. Convergence equals upside movement. Why is the divergence not resulting in downside movement? Because the SPY is going up. So the divergence, the downside move, is being gobbled up by active funds that are buying into the stock currently, which is creating a netting effect. I think people would be very happy to have a November 21 today. Going up $50 is still pretty fucking awesome. I'd say what people don't understand about T+2 is that Monday is T, Tuesday is 1, Wednesday is 2. Most people think the 2 is Monday, Tuesday. I mean, it is, except Tuesday goes until Wednesday. Because it's bell to bell, right? So it's Monday, opening bell, till Tuesday, opening bell. And then Tuesday is opening bell on Tuesday to Wednesday opening bell. This is where the confusion lies. It's open to open. It's gone on as long as we've discussed T+2 settlement. Everyone's like, well, it's Tuesday. I'm not rich yet. This is over. Which is made even more hysterical on the rare occasions that we do run on Wednesday. We're in covered calls soon. I probably won't sell them till after next week's settlement date, like after the like the due bill redemption is due, which is on the 25th. After watching for 15 months, I think I'm now ready to open an account and buy some stocks for the first time. Do I get a PIFI certificate for this course? No. With regards to CSPs in general, and in your opinion, are weekly CSPs better via leveraging rapid compounding gains or longer theta contracts with higher premium but less compounding gains? On GME, I think weeklies are sufficient, especially if we see a post-split IV bump. Weeklies, sometimes bi-weeklies if the theta is really worth it. We'll see how that plays out post-split. OPEX isn't over yet. We ran on Wednesday in May. I know. Due bill redemption? So after yesterday, all trades that occur with a due bill attached. That means that, you know, the dividend is sold along with the underlying share. Those all settle out on the 25th. For foreign brokerages, it could be like a day later, but for the most part on the 25th. Google, nice and steady. It's doing good. Do you think the split will change how the cycles affect the price? Oh yeah, very possible. But we'll have all kinds of new shit to explore, right? Do you think the split will change? The further the lines diverge, the more violently they can converge, right? Yes, that is correct. What's interesting is, you know, we keep seeing this divergence, but we have enough pressure that we're coming up. Like the price is still rising, slowly but rising. They're really like, and so it kind of shows how hard they're pushing back against that increase in price. I really like this indicator this morning, but now it's scaring me. We don't need to halt and to close. Tomorrow would be the halt and to close day if they were going to try to pull that shit. I know this was asked already, but do you know much about the timings of previous OPEX runs? 2 were on Wednesday. March 22nd was out of the gate on a Tuesday. Any others? May 25th was out of the gate on a Tuesday. August 24th, May 25th, both Tuesdays. November, we ran Friday, Monday, broke out Tuesday morning into an immediate flash crash. And then February of last year was on a Wednesday. And on that Wednesday we halted into close and then ran all the way up into the weekend. January 2021, the sneeze was the sneeze OPEX, I believe, was on a Tuesday. It's hard to tell during that period of time though, because there's so much volume from other places, but the expiration was the 20 or the 19th, right? Just want to check the day. It's the 15th. Yeah, 19th. Which was like right here. The 15th expiration. Yeah, see, we kind of ran through this whole period. If anything, we kind of had a lull here after the T+2 from OPEC. Like, so this was the expiration. Oh, wait, no. This was the expiration on the 15th. And then this would have been like the OPEX period. Which I guess would have run on, yeah, so this is Wednesday. And then further back, oh shit. September OPEX, or was it October? Hold on, I gotta check my calendar. I haven't looked at these in a long time. So November would have been the 24th. Yeah, so the 24th kind of ran, the November OPEX started running before and then ran all the way into the week following settlement. And then September, or is this August? September 2020 was the 18th. So this ran in T+2. And then August See, what was interesting about this period is we were getting like OPEX cycles that every month, kind of like we were starting to get now. Like we were getting them one after another because the positions were compounding so much and FTDs were so high that they were running it like every month a little bit, right? And that's somewhat similar to what we're seeing now, but it's not the same. And the FTDs definitely aren't nearly as high. I'm ignored like a poor, even though I'm not a poor. Have you tried using the new indicator on the SPY? A little, like, not live, but, you know, we'll see about that later. Not really worried about doing it today. I mean, I'm already long on the SPY. Looks more and more like Tesla slow squeeze to me. Price goes up, trades within a range. Price goes up, trades within a range. Too early to know for sure. Yeah, it's way too early to know. Tesla was just like, you know, the valuation was just changed. But GameStop hasn't done anything that would change its valuation, right? That's the difference, is, you know, Tesla became a much more valuable company very quickly. That's why it went up. SPY ripping and we ain't doing shit. Yep. SPY looks fucking awesome though. I think we might actually see a test of that upper resistance. So looking for like 193, depending on what day we hit it. Like 193, 194. If it breaks above that, that's really interesting. But I mean, I'm already in, so we'll see what happens. SPY making the rest of Pickle's picks look fucking awesome. Bobby's pulling up a little bit here. Curb stomped that breakout though. Docu doing. Docu's not really moving either, which is interesting because that's been really heavily correlated with our OPEX runs. Apple just right back up again. Amazon doing good. Should I set a stop on this? Hmm. 178.50. I'll hold. Right? Or just like set a trailing stop maybe? All right. Did I say 193? I thought I said 393. 393 for the SPY, not 193. These liquidity management devices that exist remind me of buffered memory pools and computer programming. Sort of. Yeah. Is Bobby Sam like Seal getting clubbed by Poacher? I bet, yeah. What's a good chart provider that uses data to power their charts, does not show a lot of gaps and wrong price actions or levels that can lead to incorrect interpretation? I think like Active Trader Pro, TDA, and WeBull probably have the best retail data sets for charting. Like I think all three of those are better than TradingView, even with paid data on TradingView. My plan is as follows: keep some exposure to GME VUP via volatility leaps, while GME post split and growth portfolio wheel GME post split and grow portfolio more aggressively via pickles picks. Yeah, it's not a bad way to handle it. This entropy guy get off his high horse. Do you see downs on the SPY later this week? It's very possible. I mean, a lot of this price action could turn around depending on the Fed speech at 2:30, right? When OPEX, I'm bored. We'll see. Dark pool 143% today. No, it's not. What is it though? Dark pool at 54% today. Order sentiment 134.3% of today's volume is delta hedging. Jesus. Is this even that much different than yesterday's price action? It's a little more bullish, actually. The fuck was that? Yeah, the technicals still look really good, but yeah, traditionally that doesn't mean anything on GameStop, right? Like if I was just doing TA, I'd be all about this, but the SPY turnaround, are we shit out of luck? I think if the SPY turns around, they're gonna fucking short the shit out of us. My plan is to sell my GME after MOASS tomorrow and put my winnings into safe investments like Doge and SHIB. Sounds genius, Bipolar Bear. I can't believe no one's ever thought of that. That number would imply they aren't hedging as much as they should be, correct? Yeah. Or that the volume hitting the lit exchange is not equivalent to the options volume being traded. Later, GVS. Where do you get the delta hedging number? It's estimated on Market Chameleon. With regards to wheeling, I already own a sizable position in GME. Is it advantageous to sell both CCs and CSPs at the same time? All wheeling strats learn about implies one or the other. I mean, you would be selling covered calls with the intention of not, right? Because you're long on the stock, right? So you'd be selling CCs with the intention of not being assigned. And you'd be selling CSPs also with the intention of not being assigned. So it's a little, I guess it's a little more difficult, right? Most wheel strategy is you sell CSPs until you're assigned, right? And then you sell covered calls in an effort to be assigned. So it's a little different than that. They don't hedge every tick. Yeah, they hedge like once an hour or so, right? It's still implying that there's not sufficient volume to cover the hedging. Isn't that what their model shows? I don't think it's accurate, but 150cc is safe? No. Well, what are you selling them for? I'm pretty bullish for now. I think it looks okay. I don't know how bullish I am. None of these moves ever amount to anything. Like, we move up a little bit and we stay in a mostly higher range, but that just makes calls more expensive, right? Which means even less support in the options chain for like a significant move to the upside. Pickles picks have been any better? I don't know, they were pretty fucking good last week too. If this is NOPEX, can you please explain how you think they kicked the can? If this is NOPEX, they either covered it all already, or they have used a method that I am unaware of. But we won't know if it's NOPEX until tomorrow. So why the fuck would I waste the energy speculating on a NOPEX today? Especially when we're like 12% up on the week. %65% short volume yesterday. When actual trades print to tape. 65%. I mean, it's short volume's not, it hasn't, it's like meaningless. Probably not Idaho beef, because the way it's like layered. How sick would it be if RC doubled down on Bobby tonight? Pretty dope. It's more slow packs than no packs. I mean, one could argue that we've done nothing but go up for the last 9 days. It's never enough. No, it's not. All right, Bones. If he doesn't double down on BBY though, my bags are gonna break. Yeah. Well, that'll be interesting. Like, what does Cohen do? Sell off some of his GameStop to buy BBY? That'd be funny as fuck, right? Can something like FINRA Rule 4210 F6 apply for this NOPEX? I mean, that's a margin deferral extension. That it doesn't really apply to like settlement of obligations. It's possible, but I don't see an avenue for them to get approval for that. Enough calls and puts with hopefully enough theta. It's moving in one direction eventually. Yeah. And the longer this drags on, though, the higher the likelihood that it's moving to the downside, right? If you're getting bored, there's a new song in your DMs. Ooh. I have to check it first, but then after I do, I can play it. So probably not today, but I can play it tomorrow. Is Dillionaire right for me? I don't want to be the person walking into MGM Grand with a Dave & Buster's card. What Dillionaires do? He still has Apple to sell, no? Yeah, but he's about to get like a bunch of like shares of GameStop with a nice tax bonus attached to them, right? I don't know. There's a pretty good case for him shedding like a small percentage of his GameStop position post split and using that capital to move forward with his plans on BBBY. It's not necessarily going to happen, but I could see it happening. The thing is, at this point, it would take roughly another 40 million for him to double his position. Yeah, I know. It's cheap as fuck, given his initial investment. Don't forget, Cohen's fucking GameStop cost basis is like $6 or $7. For Cat, would you sell 916 180s today, do the dividend, or hold because plenty of theta? So I bought weeklies on Cat this week. That I have a trailing stop set on them. And with the intention to sell those and average down my September 175s, but I don't have September 180s. So you're still out of the money. If you're profitable, you know, you may want to consider waiting till post dividend, but you know, the way the market's moving this week and after the Fed speech today, there's really no more like significant economic data. Okay, now they're internalizing. Okay, thanks, JFresh. You know, Cat could still keep running. Like, just because it's dropped after its dividend in the past doesn't mean it will again, right? And every time it dropped after its dividend in the past, it was already trading very high. this time, you know, it's trading quite low. It's up a bit, but this price point is it's very cheap. You know, the previous dividend it opened at 230. The one before that it opened at 223. You know, this dividend, you know, today, because it's end of day today, it opened at 172, right? So just because something's happened historically does not mean it will happen again. And I think cat is extremely undervalued at these prices. So the chances of it dropping, especially below like, you know, 165, like this range, 170, are pretty slim. So it's something to consider. I mean, I am doing something to offset the risk of that, but you're a little more out of the money than I am. So you're gonna have to weigh that for your own position. Because you know, a slip for you is a little worse. Because you'll burn more, because you're further out of the money, you'll burn more theta. You're still in your OPEX position? I re-entered a bunch of it on the dip. So I sold a bunch and then I re-entered a bunch down here. So yeah, but I'm still in like all my volatility plays. I probably went about from 50% down to like 25% and then basically just right back up to 50%. I still haven't fully committed all of my money to it because I don't trust the price action or the options chain. I love how volatility completely vanished. I mean, it's staying kind of elevated. I'm not really seeing any slippage in the out of the like the volatility positions. Split run, sell some Jimmy, and then buy some Bobby. What do you expect for today's meeting at 2:30 in terms of the SPY and GME? I have no idea what to expect from the Fed. The market's kind of up. You know, the last CPI data was bad. This isn't obviously anything official from the Fed, so it's more going to be sentiment based, if anything. But we'll see how Brainerd conducts the speech later. I mean, there's no way to tell how they're going to proceed. So if we did want to use Jimmy to fund BBY, I'd only have to sell around 250k shares at the current price. Okay, I covered that. Master of Realistic Reassurance. Thanks, Girk, for caring. No problem. I sold CCs. I thought it was an OPEX on Tuesday. I sold CCs that got assigned. Kenny won't get me this time. Fuck yeah. I would suspect there has to be a reason you stream GME all day, every day, without something huge going to happen soon. I just like stocks. I don't even particularly care which stock. GME just happens to be very interesting. After all the NOPEX, I got another remote job, 2 full-time salaried, 1 contract hourly. These guys are the stormtroopers of the business world. Nice. RC sold any shares? SS will probably implode. Could be fun to watch. I don't know. You know, fucking AMC's mentally handled that forever, right? AMD making moves. Yeah, it's looking good. It's nearing my price target though. I should probably get ready to close out, or at least set a trailing stop. What the fuck? Where the fuck is my AMD chart? What was my high? 88. So just crossed the mid. Yeah. Excuse me. Hmm. Today's so ridiculous. I do hate to hear this, but AMC moving, so Jamie most likely to follow. There's a, I mean, the correlation since AMC has moved into the Russell 1K is tighter. There's no denying that. Morgan Stanley PT on CAT 142. Yeah, good for Morgan Stanley. They're only $30 off. I think it will run hours after hours with an article on how many millions the NFT marketplace has sold. Then they will tank it tomorrow with another article on NFT market security issues. Has GameStop even like made GameStop's made like a couple $100,000 off the NFT marketplace, right? I don't see how it runs on that news. Oh, you mean it was like a cover up regards Kiki? I mean, enterprise and book value are kind of used for different things. Stefan, usually book value is kind of like a baseline. And then, you know, enterprise value is kind of like, it's like a modification of market cap, right? So it's more of an estimation of like, well, and give you a differential between market sentiment and baseline representation of like their debt and cash reserves. I guess like, I mean, it depends which one you're using. There's a lot of different enterprise valuations. Like you can use EBITDA, you can use PE versus EV. But you have to consider how like debt's being utilized. Like some industries carrying of large quantities of debt is very typical, and used to foster growth, right? So so it could be like, you can end up with like skewed results, right? If a company has large amounts of debt versus like when you compare to industries where there's little to no debt. So it really depends on what you're analyzing. I guess you know, in industries where carrying large amounts of debt is common, I would prefer book value. Help me. I have 2 contracts GME to finish 19th of August. It's offering 288 4. I paid 1400. I have 2 of them. Would you hold or sell both now? I have 2 contracts GME to finish the 19th of August. Its bid is at 2884. I paid 1400. I have 2 of them. Would you hold, sell one, sell them both now? I mean, it's up to you. Right now, our current trend looks kind of bullish. You could maybe set a stop on one to protect your profits. It sounds like you've basically doubled the value of your contracts. Those are very good profits. Holding beyond that is greedy, but you know, sometimes being greedy pays off. I can't tell you what to do with them, but you know, you have to make an assessment based on your own risk tolerance, man. Have you looked at all the ETNs JPM has been releasing? Seems like they're anticipating volatility being crushed out of the market at some point. Yeah, I mean, that's possible, right? If we hit full stride in a recession, we're very likely to see volatility drop massively. Cat dead? I don't know. No. Cat actually just running like crazy today. I have like a fairly tight trailing stop on it, and I haven't come anywhere near getting fucking stopped out. Why do we usually recover 50% of a short attack every time it happens? There's a lot of different reasons that can happen. You just love us. Also, watch earnings crush tech further than this Q3 2022, while Dow blue chips do well into year end. That's very possible. I agree. I think the only issue I have with that is the supply shock isn't done yet. And I still think like manufacturers and stuff and like the really big Dow stocks could still hurt a little bit more into Q3. So while a Q4 recovery is more likely, I think. Not that I wouldn't start DCAing around Q3 at the start of Q3. You know, I think it could take some time. Give me a new video to meme. I'm laying on the couch covered in Cheetos. Get the fuck up, Hazy. Sold out all my options positions. Go outside, go for a walk, man. Think about re-entering end of day for August 19th at the money. Options to gain exposure to run tomorrow or bump in pre-market. Not looking for advice. I just want to share. Oh, okay. That doesn't sound like a terrible plan. As long as, you know, just watch your risk. I don't think we're gonna like tank overnight. With Visa earnings coming up, how high do you think it can go? Sold my Visa calls last week around 208. Not sure if it's worth it to jump back in. You know, it's right at fucking resistance right now. Yeah. I don't know if I don't know if I'd bank on another big move to the upside. If it did 220, I actually have leaps on Visa, which I might close soon. Let me see something. I have another chart for it, so. Yeah, it's tricky. It's really hard for it. If it breaks this level, it might be worth hanging on. But I would say if there's a rejection here, then, you know, it's probably gonna move back down a little bit. Crypto has had a little bit of recovery lately, and that has an effect, small effect on Visa. I don't know if that recovery is going to be sustained though. The fact that we're trading sideways and not down is bullish. Actually, I mean, we're up and trading sideways, so it's quite bullish. Can we watch Zom? Is that shitty penny stock? I don't want to look at that. Yeah, absolutely not. Bollinger Bands are ridiculous. I'm sad because I can't gamble till tomorrow. Guybrush from OS. He's there. There we go. That's way more inappropriate. Got out of AMD with a slight profit a month ago, and got out of RAD with a slight profit today. Not big gains, but still minor victories. Thanks for teaching me. I'm learning. No problem, man. Congratulations. But AMD has to reach $95 for my calls. Jesus Christ. Why? Why do you have $95 AMD calls in a bear market? Why do people do that? Why, stop buying shit find a different stock if you have to buy something that's $20 out of the money. Made more than Coinbase has on NFTs. I mean, I feel like that says more about Coinbase. If the NFT marketplace can generate $1 million a day in fees, that'd be $100 million a quarter, which is significant because the costs to run it are very low. I agree, it's low overhead, but currently nowhere near on track to generate $100 million a quarter in revenue. As the cycles have been consolidating, do you think a move to the downside of 80-90 is still possible? We're going to have higher lows for the foreseeable future. Tough to say. I mean, we have a lot of resistance at like 140, 132, and 126. And then those same numbers divided by 4 post-split. We will create new psychological supports and stuff after the split occurs. But, you know, right after the split occurs, we're going to have to rely on previous ones. I think Kuhn surprises us with the split dividend with a free NFT in the marketplace that exposes synthetic shares and makes us all millionaires. Good luck with that, man. They keep the price down. If they wanted it up, it would go up. Yes, they're going in hard to make sure it's staying there, but that's the control that I personally dismiss sometimes too. Yep. They're just not letting it run. I feel like if they pulled the stops and they weren't internalizing right now, we'd be going up. Slowly, but we'd be going up. Because no one's selling, right? It's just shorting. Got August 19th, 150 calls last week. They're still up about 40%. Thinking about holding on to them until post-split. Tricky strike post-split, not divisible by 4, right? Given that the contracts stay in the money. I mean, they do stay in the money. But you're only $1 in the money right now, and that could change rapidly, right? Jimmy broke VWAP. Oh, okay, I'm way behind. Then it failed. Yeah. He said ZOM with a Z, not XOM. ZOM. Check Concord. What do we got? Is it bullish? I want it to be bullish, turd. Who the fuck is it? There we go. Calls are coming up slowly in spurts. YouTube chat is going ballistic. Spy is fucking relentless. They're hedging them. Yeah, you say they're hedging them, but then you say they're not. Okay. I'll seem to be pooping out a bit. Story time. Read just the last one. One additional contribution insight into what driving high levels of ETF FTDs and short interest, in contrast to Jane and Jane's 2015 findings, for FTDs and US common stocks, we find FTDs and US ETFs are growing, and as a percentage of market capitalization, ETF related FTDs are disproportionately larger than those in the equity markets and now represent over 80% of FTDs across all securities in US financial markets. Further, ETFs exhibit higher levels of short interest on average when compared to other publicly traded equities. This dramatic increase in ETF FTDs and short interest more generally has attracted the attention of market participants and regulators who are concerned that this represents an increase in naked short selling. Well, yeah. I love how the quad chords just bear memes and turd posting screenshots. Dork release valve indicator. Impact of ETF trading on liquidity of the underlying securities. Measure the liquidity of the underlying securities using intraday best bid offer spreads, second by second return volatility, and intraday variance ratios. Using all three measures, we find evidence consistent with Ben David Franzoni and Musawi 2018. Growing literature that ETF ownership is positively associated with higher intraday spreads and greater volatility of the ETF's underlying basket of securities. However, we also show that operational shorting is negatively related to the basket's intraday spreads and volatility, thus acting as a release valve. Our results suggest that APs provide liquidity to the ETF market without or before entering the market for underlying stocks to accommodate a sudden surge in buying demand. Yeah, it makes sense. What do we got here, Dork? Yeah, that's what I'm seeing too. Are we looking at the same shit? Yeah. Ooh. I'm not bearish, but just realistic. If they have more money than God, can internalize indefinitely, supposedly need the price to run hard because they play IV both directions, yet it hasn't, at least not violently, then why are we ever confident in VOPs? Aren't we chasing? I mean, I don't see how we're chasing. Getting yourself exposure to a potential move is not chasing. I mean, I guess if you're chasing like actual upside price action or chasing VUPs, then you're chasing. But you know, you can get mostly risk-free exposure. Just explain the exact reason why I don't own any real options. I sold those $95 AMD calls. What's the range on cat? 185. There's resistance at 182 and 180. And it's 177.50. So, you know, it's really gotta crawl its way through up through these various levels. Could you please do more pickle picks on FAS? It seems like that's a money multiplier if you guide us. I mean, it can be a good play sometimes. It's kind like it's kind of unpredictable and a little volatile. It's not my favorite. I'd rather play indexes. It's generated 500,000 in revenue to date. You see gold returning? Yes, it's still really low. How many days has it been? I mean, yeah, it's definitely nowhere near 100 million a quarter at the current rate. That's on Netflix. They have earnings tonight. I don't really know how I feel about it. I don't really generally play earnings plays. Like, the market's got to really be in a slump for me to be interested in earnings. Because they're a gamble. And Netflix's earnings is definitely a gamble. Zama's a joke. Spy is on a fucking mission. It's like they only caught on what we've been saying for about a year. MSM talking about positive price action and current uptrend with Jimmy makes me super sus. Fair. And the current uptrend on GME is not looking very good right now. Is that what you're looking at with Doric? Bullish? Sort of, yeah. So Concord is saying they boofed OPEX. No. No. Bazinga just said this is a good entry for people who missed the bull run. Oh shit. They've known from the start that there would be operational shorting, but back then they weren't trying to make it out to be a good thing. Yeah. Well, it's not a good thing. Check out XRT. Interesting. What a great day to own XRT, right? Like no fucking volume on this downside move at all. That I don't like. Buy time on cat? I feel like you kind of missed the fucking window there. Not chasing, anticipating. Yeah. I mean, that's like ideally as an options trader, right? You would create a thesis about what you think a stock a given equity is going to do over a period of time and try to define when it's going to do that in that period of time. And you would buy options to grant you exposure to that period of time, right? And then you would, you know, attempt to limit risk. And that's like the essence of what you do. If nothing is realized, you know, by limiting your risk, you pay either very little capital or no capital to grant exposure to that potential. It's not cost free, but I mean, with proper risk management, it can be, you know, very low cost to get that exposure. And don't get me wrong, things can move against you, you know, stops can slip, you can have other problems, and you know, there is still real risks to the premium paid, but the risk is never greater than the premium paid. Why do you think I buy such far dated calls for what should be a 3-day move, right? Moonwood's Apprentice. I know you guys have discussed this many times, so I want to make sure I have it straight. Full port into 50cc today is safe as long as it expires a week after this split, right? No. What the fuck? You know, like a $50 call is going to become like a $12.50 call, right? That's going to be just as deep in the money post split as it is now. UVXY is a hedge. That's, yeah, I mean, the hedge is there. The VIX hedge that I carry is there to protect my whatever open positions I have against like big downturns in the market, right? They have earnings tonight, more like losses. Am I right? I don't know how hard they're going to get hit this time around. Like last time it was because they dropped their entire Russian subscriber base, right? This time, I don't know. Q3 might be better for them, but Q2 might not be as bad. In March, we went from 94 to 109 on Tuesday before 8:30 a.m. Then finished the day at 129. Hard to believe we're going to run right now. That's fair. I don't think we're going to run. I'm not anticipating us running right now. I don't know if you are. I'm not. None of this looks particularly good to me. I've made a small amount of money on the price action that has happened. But this does not look like bullish for like an OPEX run at all. We have to wait till tomorrow to see if the volume plays out, but and it hasn't since last week. We've discussed this extensively. I have the feeling we're about to be taken to the slaughterhouse. Maybe. Bid is starting to weaken on the SPY. A little bit. There's some volume coming into this bounce, though. I could see it getting hung up at 390. But it surged past it last run. I think some of that profit taking's done. It may move higher still. If you're in the SPY right now, though, I'd watch it very closely around this resistance. Do you have insights on my offer on my prior Ko-Fi? Oh, sorry. Did I miss it? Oh. I get there are multiple players with multiple interests, so I'm too ignorant to understand their desire to suppress price. If they've got an entropy hedge, if they need to generate liquidity, if they can't just short it at the top, why would they not want to let it run? Different parties with different interests. Maybe they don't want to run it till after the split. It's a lot cheaper for them to run it in a low liquid or a higher liquidity environment, right? And a tighter spread. If they can stop it from running entirely for a week, like the advantage seems really obvious. Especially if they suspect a large number of shareholders will be selling next week. Can we get a red Johnson emoji? I don't have one of those. What is a red Johnson? It's like a red hot? Those things are disgusting. I have repeatedly. Ken. There's some similarities. And Tesla's producing something tangible. Yeah, and there's a lot of dissimilarities. Internalization. And if we continue to see utilization rise over the course of the week, that could be indicative of something. I know into Friday internalization rose, but we have no data for yesterday, or we didn't earlier. We may now. Let me double check that. Nope. Yeah, no data. Motherfucker. Curious. Correct me if I'm wrong, but using entropy hedge to dodge ups equals one fucked over counterparty, right? If they got a counterparty. Right? I mean, we have no way of telling if they actually obtained a counterparty. We saw those deep in the money puts come in at the end of June, right? But we don't know if they actually got a counterparty or for it or not, or if they simply are just trying to hedge their upside. There's things that, you know, we'll never have visibility over, and that's definitely one of them. I was so excited for a shirtless stream. Well, Little Pickle, it's not over yet. But it's getting closer. Inverse GME chart, that might help. Why we're up? Why would we want to inverse it? You do receive, Stevie, you do receive the dividend. If you bought a share today, so if you bought a share before the dividend, right? You know, a due bill is attached to the shares you own for 3 shares of the dividend, right? If you buy a share today, whoever sells you that share also sells you the due bill. So it doesn't matter when you buy the fucking shares. You'll still receive the dividend as long as the stock hasn't already split. YouTube chat is so weird. Half my messages don't even show up. If you put any like banned words in your message, it'll block it. This is all now in service of my flat dork theory. Let me guess, all your weeklies are down? I don't even have any weeklies. I had some earlier. I sold them at break even. Well, I got stopped out of them at break even, but same shit. I am on live chat. Will we ever have full visibility of the bottom of the ocean? It's very vast and almost impossible to fully map. I don't know. I guess that would depend on technology. We're talking about T+2, 35C, and T+69 so much. We convinced ourselves that we're hedge funds. Okay, T+69 is not something that's discussed in hedge funds. Cena should be a banned word. No. What are banned words? I have no fucking clue. Spy going for another push. Trying to? It's kind of weak. That looked good right when it bounced, but yeah. I wouldn't say I love it at this point. Fastlane Hobo, thank you so much for coming to Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. For all the shareholders, the dividend is basically no different than a split. It doesn't change anything. Yeah. It'd be hilarious if Supersonic sold shares thinking they will get the dividend. They will have to buy back at higher prices post-split. Possibly. Not you, Gert. The weeklies others held are probably the same people bitching. Possibly, but I mean, if you were buying near the money weeklies any day this week, you would have gone way up, right? Like, I don't know. There's so much profit potential on the fact that we're just going up 3% a fucking day. And if you had far dated calls, those are definitely up. So it's like the complaining is like I didn't make as much money as I wanted to. Well, it's not over yet. You should be banned, Digital Good Time. Can you give us some examples of banned words? I don't know what the fuck they are. Divergence plus price increase equals breaks failed? Yeah, a little bit. Or, you know, some slipped through more than breaks failed. Breaks locked up. Trash can't be around for a while. Anything you would like to tell him? Not right now. I can't think of anything. You put me on the spot. Go away. You're playing Tesla out this week? No, I didn't really play Tesla this week. It looked attractive, sort of. But risky with earnings. I have 44 mini ponies coming Thursday that I bought on credit. I live in an apartment. Should I refuse delivery? Maybe. Does the split mean that short positions will forex as well? No, but their obligation to their lender will increase. Well, the leverage risk will increase, so it may redefine their lending agreements. I think that's all that would change, though. I mean, no one takes me seriously, but everything I've backheld for the last year is up 15 to 30% this week. Do these geniuses realize OPEX affect more than one stock? No. I mean, they don't affect a lot of other stocks as much, right? Feel like August OPEX it is. We'll see. Friday's adjusted price based on Monday's closing price? Hannah's lost her mind. I don't think so. She's saying weird things in chat, but what's the best source to pay for options data in your opinion? What options data? That indicator, do those lines have to converge at some point? No, but they usually do at some point. This is currently bearish. But we've been seeing divergence without any real price action since the big drop. The further they diverge, the more likely they are to collapse back together. I guess what's more interesting is the rate at which they diverge. I mean, we still haven't hit like where we were on Friday. So I think it could diverge quite a bit more. And, you know, sometimes it's not. Well, that was when we moved up. Let me see if I can find like some wider divergence. Let's see here. So I guess there's a few moments where we diverge greatly. June 28th. Not usually for very long, though. So we're nearing the point where like there's not much more room for us to diverge. Jesus. Has to do with DTCC and short positions. They changed the rules again? Effective July 19th. Fantastic. When clients incur short positions, DTC imposes a hold of 130% of the value of the short position until the short position is covered. Historically, DTC has sent an email to clients informing them of the short position. The email notification contains the security description. Beginning July 19th, 2022 through December 31st, 2022, DTC will continue sending clients an email informing them. Okay, I don't see if this, I don't think this has any effect on anything. This just looks like they're gonna continue to notify people of short positions. And instructions for how to monitor a short position. But I don't think it's like a rule change, it's just like a notice, right? It doesn't seem very relevant. I don't think it means anything. It means they're going to continue to send people emails and let them know. It's like, hey, you're short. Just in case you were unaware, you're short this thing. The timing is, yeah, but I think that's just because of the OCC shit they pulled in February. Dude, you're short. DTCC. Okay, thanks. Short hedge fund. Is it too late in the day to start seeing an OPEX run? I don't know if that's a thing. Is there a point at which it's too late in the day to see one? Probably not. What are your option stops at for CAT? I have a 7.5% trailing stop on the premium value. I still haven't hit. It just keeps climbing. I may even pull it back a little further because it's really performing well. If it breaks 178.50, I really like that. I'm glad that I'm making money on literally everything fucking else. Throw IJH on the indicator for a second as a third. Well, that looks far more bullish. Why does that flip the... Why does that flip the other ones? It like inverts them. Is it because they're all equally weighted to each other, or... August 19, $6 put, 5,250. Interesting. That's a lot of $6 puts. Oh, okay. Well, that looks... I like how much more bullish that looks. I might want to look into other options of notification, like Messenger Pigeon Whale. Would it be beneficial for them to let the stock halt into close today? Not in any way that I can think of. Tomorrow, sure, because they can extend obligations, but today they don't need to extend obligations. So, Jimmy, Cat was the real OPEX. Hopefully it offsets my losses for the day. Bit chasey, or watch your upside. Why the fuck are they internalizing so much on GME to what end? Stops the price from going up. stops FOMO, right? If prices go up and they go up fast, people notice, and that makes people buy, which means that price can go up faster and even more, which can lead to even more people buying. And that can get out of control very, very quickly, right? Is tomorrow end of day, last day to cover OPEX? Yes. Tomorrow's the last day to cover. Am I missing something? SPY still going up, but economies round the work, managing inflation, and rates still on the increase. Cost of living an issue. Surely a correction incoming. Oh, you're not crazy at all. You're not missing anything. The economy is absolutely failing. It just hasn't hit a deflationary stride yet. It will come, and it will not be pretty. Was already in cat. Pickles picks, baby. Fuck yeah. You think it's a good idea to cut losses day for underwater August 19 Caterpillar? Cut losses for an August 19 cat. How are you underwater on cat? It's only been going up for like 3 days. I mean, how far underwater? Like, what are your calls at, Barry? You have like 190s or something? Can you throw Ader in the indicator? We'll throw you out of the chat. SPY 400 end of day. No, not likely. Like I said, 193 to the upside, or 393 to the upside. I was it done with old Mac Derek? Now we have Thrippos. Are you gonna update Pickles Picks midweek? I don't know. There were some things I was looking towards, but after today I may have some updates, depending on what positions I'm still in or not. You have to remember that, like, most of my trading before I did this stream, like, I would just buy into shit, like, Monday, Tuesday, and then I'd probably be out by, you know, like, swing stuff, I'd be out by, like, Wednesday, and then I'd just, like, day trade Thursday and Friday. So, like, more planned positions, I usually wasn't in for very long. I have 1,600 locked up today while I'm waiting for settlement from selling contracts yesterday. I'm trading an IRA with E-Trade. Is there another broker that settles options transactions faster? Yeah, options transactions should settle in T+1. So they should already be settled. Unless they put you on like a strict 24-hour timer. When does Brainerd is speaking today, and it's at 2:30. I'm not even really necessarily discussing anything to do with the Fed, although I'm sure those questions will come up. I hope you're having a good day. I just tuned into the stream. How are we looking? Flat like a pancake. Thoughts on Disney at 7-year low? Think it's set to recover? I don't know. You know, things always look cheapest. Well, things always look cheapest at the top, most expensive at the bottom. So it's hard to say. I don't know. Like, I'm still waiting before moving into any, like, long-term investments, trying to time, like, the bottom of the market. I think the market has some way to go down still. I could be wrong, though. I mean, millions of people try to time the bottom of the market. Very few get it right. I feel like market is ripe for a short after this ridiculous rally. Probably throw darts and make money on puts. SPY swinging $10 daily. Yeah, volatility is really picking up. Even yesterday, the SPY was rising into a rising VIX, which was very strange. So, you're just saying internalizing all day. What does that mean? Will we see volume eventually? Not necessarily. If they can net off the volume, then it just never is realized. A lot of this price action where we lock up and don't move at all is them dumping internalization, right? So you'll see the SPY like rush up, and then GME is just flat, and the indexes are all moving, and GME is trading no volume. And this is just them dumping orders that they've internalized from before, right? And so none of the order flow is printing to the lit exchange. This isn't something new. I mean, it's something they've done all year. But, well, for the last year and a half. Thank you, JMac, by the way. I have cat calls 819, 185s from where the cat was before SLD, and regaining losses, but still debating how high we can go. I mean, I would be paying very close attention to it. Obviously, you want to try to hit as close to the top of wherever this run ends as possible, right? Because you want to offset your losses as much as you can. I have plenty of time either way. It's up to you, man. Like, just because it dipped before doesn't mean it will again. So you can get burned either way. It's really a coin flip, right? We don't know what everyone else holding cat is actually like. Fuck, I don't even own Caterpillar. So we have no idea what they're gonna do after they get their dividend. IWM has a higher daily percent gain than GME. Yep. This reeks of November, June. Reminds me a lot of November. Except without the hard drop. How close are the tips to touching on the chart? Kinda close. If cat shareholders... Wait, hold on. Sorry, the chat just jumped. If cat shareholders sell now, they get their dividends since ex-dividend date was July 18th. Is that accurate? No, X date's today. Payment date's August 19th. But yes, it's a cash dividend, so they'd still receive it. If they hold after close today. I've said this 3 times and nothing. VIX was rising due to the 2nd and 10-year-old inversion sticking for the first time, not just touching. Oh, okay. I didn't see you say that. Good to know. I really don't look at the bond market except over the weekends, so... Things always look cheapest right before they drop another 20%. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why so many investors are fond of like DCAing, right? Jimmy rising to close again? That's possible. What do you think about KR right now? Grocery always does well in a recession. It looks like it's riding a lower trend. Even in the last recession, like I don't think it didn't so much outperform as it just didn't drop that much. They get a little more advantage this time around with inflation, but that could start to pull back into the end of the year. Also, everyone bails as soon as they think that like a bull market's starting again. We're gonna hit the SPY 400 gap fill this month. Your opinion? Yeah, I'd want to see it break 393 first. If it can break 393, 393 to 395, that range over the next few days, maybe. But I wouldn't bet on it unless I confirmed that breakout first. That's also the breakout of a much bigger trend. So that would be possibly much higher than 400, right? Careless Whisper 24 hours till split. Where's the volume? There fucking isn't any. I think I prefer November over this. Yeah, at least we saw a run up. So the real MOASS was 1,600% gains on IWM out of the money weekly calls all along. Yeah, they've been pretty good. I'm adding to my SPY posts for September. Yeah, I don't see anything good happening after the CPI data and the PPI data last week. Could the SPY be going for a $6 gap from 394 to 400 before dropping, or is that unrelated? It absolutely doesn't have to. It can fill that 5 years from now. Assuming RC stays involved with BBY, it would stand to reason he'd focus on raising capital to shed debt, reverse split to increase share price, followed by share sale. I don't see a reverse split happening. But I could see him buying in more and raising capital by releasing shares to shed debt. Or the sale of, baby. 250,000 shares returned to IBKR. Thanks, JFresh. Ooh, we have updates. August 19 calls picking up and then falling off a little bit into 12 o'clock. So it looks like some got sold off here. And that's where it ends. Interesting. Ooh, crossovers. Here's what I don't get. How are people losing money on these cycles? Like even the ones that no packs, the fucking price still goes up like 20%. This is just mean that you're buying nothing near the money. Because I just sold like fucking 90 calls, all at like 10 to 20% up. Which isn't great, but you know, it's not losing money. The magic indicator change? No, not really. It's just weighted with another security. And the green and the blue are inverted. No, it's consistently refreshing. It's every minute. You can't afford near the money calls, then you shouldn't be playing, right? There's other stocks. You're getting stopped out during the hard dips. You're getting stopped out at a profit, right? You're not setting your fucking stop below your profit level. Like, this is all we've talked about since June. You have a Jan 24 55 call. Should I move it to the 50 strike before the split? Neither of those are divisible by 4. I don't think it matters, right? You're super deep in the money. You're gonna go to 1375. Like I don't think you have any advantage by going to 1250. We still have the MOASS mindset. They don't want to make some money, only all of the money. My losing strat has been to diamond hand calls that have plenty of theta that have near zero delta value until the theta makes them worthless. I'm not? Okay. Well, that's good at least, Smack Factor. These cycles have been November, Jan, and June, so I lost some money less each time, but still ouchies. Fair. Timing is terrible. Even, yeah, but I sold 200s earlier and they were all up like 17, 18%. They weren't even far dated. They were like July 29s. Like, how the fuck do you, here's what I don't know, understand. How the fuck do you lose money on a stock that's done nothing but go up for 8 days? Unless you're short. Like, you know how hard it is to lose money on this? They shorted it. Even in June, you know, we fucking, right before OPEX, we rocketed up. Then we moved up on Monday, and then we traded flat. But, like, all of these fucking calls were in the money. Like, we still went up 20%, right? The only way you don't make money on this is if you buy here. Or here. So either no confidence in the play, or chasing. And I've been buying at like the last possible moment, and these have all been profitable. Do you not underestimate my ability to lose money on a winning hand? I mean, it's just like, I hear so much complaining, but I don't understand any of it. And it's not a lot of complaining. I know a lot of you have just been taking profits and scalping and making what you can off of the price action that we're getting. But I hear some complaining. And I feel like it needs to be addressed. I'm not pissy. I don't give a shit. I own GameStop. It's up. I'm perfectly happy. Even if I did lose money, I'd just make it back on cover calls next week. Except I never told anybody they were going to 3 to 5x their money. We spent all of last week discussing how it didn't look like this was going to happen at all because we didn't have a positive delta hedge. I didn't leave. Calm down, it's my kid. Thank you, Gherkin sister. There's tons of us that basically just lurk and are making good money with all the info that you and the team share. So thank you for that, real man. Thanks, King Banana. Are currently trend days in the SPY a bear market thing? Riding $1 out of the money calls up today has been super profitable. The current trend days, so the relief rallies are a bear market thing. Positions get oversold, they reposition, the market bounces. Help, I've escaped my prison. Piva is keeping me captive for my Dan hole. Thank you, Daniel Taylor Hamwich. Having a hard time holding back active fund pressure. I mean, the SPY keeps rising. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I can't see how they're not. What's even more crazy is just a few days ago, we were moving up like 6x with active fund pressure over the SPY. And now we have no fucking trades happening at all. Why are you so confident this rally ain't got legs? I'm not confident that it doesn't have legs. There's just not a lot of options volume to support it. And we're not seeing any of our volume come in. Whether it's there or not, it can just, maybe it's just being internalized. We don't know, but it's not printing, right? We hit resistance and then they fucking internalize everything and we only see the fucking short sales hit the exchange. And their ability to internalize is quite high. And it's weird. Normally during OPEX, they just let it run. They're hedged, right? Why would they give a shit? But now they're not. They're not. Well, they're not letting it run. That doesn't mean they're not necessarily hedged. Is this in line with expectations? No, we're not seeing any volume. Blah, blah, blah. Get the pickle stick man out and play full ball. I don't watch for free for nothing. Noted. My accountant has stopped questioning my life choices, so thank you. Philly, Florida not keeping their end of the bargain. I mean, they easily got rid of the explosion in FTDs we saw after March and May OPEXs, right? They've had like a year to prepare for these type of events, right? Well, I mean, they've had since March to prepare for this. But remember, you know, an obligation created is an obligation that has to be covered. They can't just make them disappear. We've been through a lot of long grinds on GameStop, and they've all paid off in the end. Dramatically so. Do you think CCs will be as profitable after the split as it currently is? I mean, no, they'll be 1/4 as profitable each. There may be better volatility post split though, which is something that really should be considered. Generally, IV30 increases after a stock split, as does intraday IV, because the stock becomes far more tradable, right? So does this compounding obligations to August OPEX now, or time to reevaluate? I don't see any reason to think that there's August obligations as of right now. Some, but not a lot built up on XRT. The obligations closed Friday on XRT are not huge. Today, shitloads of bought puts. Open interest, let me see. August is picking up a little bit, but still very low. September is almost as high. August and September are both like 58,000 open interest each. As far as historical open interest goes, Friday they closed 25.5% of the puts, which is roughly 40,000, 46,000 of them. It's a swap? I don't think so. It could be, but I don't think we see any evidence of that. At least no hedging of it in the chain. I don't really see any big positions coming in on GME at all today. Not like significant ones. Tomorrow's the last day for them to cover obligations, right? Are you waiting for 393 to buy puts? I mean, I'm not going to buy puts at 393, but I'm going to see what happens on the test of 393. I still have calls right now. Are you going to sell all options before Thursday market close? How are you going to go about it? One exposure in case we pop then, but don't want to keep the whole position open, right? Are you going to sell all options before Thursday market close? Or how are you going to go about it? I mean, I sold most of them today and then bought back in on the dip. If it fucking moves against me, I'll sell everything. As far as the split goes, I'll sell anything that's not going to split to an even strike. So, like 150s, 170s, those will be gone. I probably won't hold the 950s. Gross. It's interesting. You think it's a bust if we don't see any big action by tomorrow? Yeah, I mean, I'm not banking on anything happening from OPEX if we don't see action by tomorrow. Then whatever happens after that, it's like the split, right? I feel like we went through a weird period until this week of no active or intensive shorting, and now we see days like this. Thoughts? I think the call chain continues to be propped up by large numbers of like short dated calls, and the market maker is simply waiting for them to sell out. So they're just grinding out the theta, which is something that was really common last year before June. And then after that, you know, options interest in GameStop dropped off massively. Okay to hold Gen 950s through split as an IV play. Do you think that remains a solid IV play post split, or OI moves to a new strike? I mean, OI is gonna, well, it's gonna drop, but that doesn't mean OI will move to a new strike on the 950s. Mostly because the 950s will still be the end of the chain, right? So you dare sell your 950s? Well, they'd be worth more if the price fucking tanked than they are now. Should I add five more to my 20 contracts for April 2023 300s? Having $75 contracts for 2023 has a nice feel. Ugh. Man, that's really far out of the money. I don't know. Do you know how contingent orders are handled with GME stock dividend? Will they auto update with the quarter, or do we need to manually redo them? I have no idea. You might have to manually redo them. Absolutely not, Rusty. Now the SPY is going down. They're shorting us. Yeah. SPY's not even going down a lot. Bleed the theta, bleed the delta, kill the calls. Are you gonna sell it if they split? Sell what? My GameStop shares? Fuck no. Could we please get a 500k order through IX? I don't think that stops it from getting held up at the like the DMM holding it up. I hope the market makers get fucked. You know, they're really not in a position to get fucked very often. It's pretty rare that a market maker ever gets fucked. I vaguely remember you saying internalization has to be resolved the same day. No, I never said that. Is that right? Or no, they carry internalization for multiple days at a time. Sometimes for weeks. We've seen like utilization go up and stay up, like stay elevated for weeks on end. Now, those were during what one would assume would be lower demand periods, but than currently. Still not ideal though. How do I divide by 4? Oh Jesus. If you have a pie and you cut it down the middle twice, how many pieces do you have? There you go, Derp. You got it. What 3? Oh, fucking Christ. Like to internalize the pie. I love how we're still up to 2.5% today. I will be selling CCs for days. You are correct, Mike Buys Leaps. Code was such a nice guy. Let us retail route orders into his holding company to then accumulate and dump onto the market and block trades. Right? Your mom's hot friend. Welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up after the stream. I'll get you added to the country club, or just at one of the moderators and they can send you the link on the Discord.
But we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm Obama on both. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Do you frequently cut things by inserting the knife into the same incision that you made the first time? Is that how you normally cut things? And if you do, then I'm not gonna bother helping you with fucking division. You can't cut something twice through the middle in the same direction. Then you've only made one cut. You've just made it twice. Well, you made a cut and then you just stuck the knife in the hole the second time. Hey Gurk, I've been trying to say thanks. Every one of these cycles, I get better and better at every aspect of the trade. It's not about how much we go up. There's money to extract. Thank you so much, Dominic. They're rug pulling us, by the way. Yeah, now we have volume. That's the wrong volume, but we have it. Thanks to the risk management, pep talks, made some pretty good profits on this OPEX this morning, but holding a few deep in the money calls in case we do something else. Fair enough. We're getting fucking hammered right now. This is the most volume we've had all fucking day. Yeah, not from that. Where is it coming from? Still not as hard. This is very interesting. Dun, 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 dun. The pull before the bull? I don't know. Maybe they're just jumping all their short internalization. Is this just shorting? To some degree? I mean, it's volumetric, which is significant. Yeah, they crushed IV. Critical margin now 148. This is fucking annoying. Yeah, it is. It's beautiful, isn't it? Gaff, stop shorting the stock for fun. You're making people sad. Is short volume better than no volume? One could argue that. So he dropped $3. OPEX dead. Typical. God, how the fuck did you guys survive March? No, you just bought at the top? My bad. I just bought some 140p right before the rug pull. I'm sorry. It's okay. Those aren't going on the money either. The drill before we get our bills? We'll see. I mean, all of these, like, rug pulls have been fucking kind of meaningless. We end up, like, a little bit down. And we're still fucking up on the day. So we just bought 5 million in SPY puts and sold 6 million in calls 5 minutes before the Fed meeting. Seems like the market is in fact afraid of what Brainerd has to say. You think there's money to be made during the Fed speech or spicing the high of the day? There could be. I'm not gonna stream. I don't even know if the stream's available. Like, a stream is available of the speech. Call Bill at Blackrock. Tell me set the volume the wrong way. Just like a massive dump of like non-block orders. Weird. Like, why that huge dump of odd lots? Huh. Strange way to short. Do you think there's any money to be made for a straddle? Every time we get rug pulled, these random people come out of the woodwork. Wait, hold on. I lost. Got a gnat in here. Keeps flying around my face. Random people come out of nowhere asking if you sold your calls. And I sold them on the first rug pull. Is that a 6x spy move? Yeah, it's just in the wrong direction. I don't know if it's 6x. I didn't measure it. It seems bullish to me. It doesn't look bullish. They destroyed IV today. It can bounce back pretty quick. What time is that? 4:23. I'm sorry, 14:20, 2:31. Or 2:23 rather. 14:23. McConnell blocked the semiconductor vote. Of course he did. We just gained a few future buyers. Yeah, right? On the chart, is the location of where tips touch important? They didn't actually touch. Well, they sort of did, but barely, right? Like, they only crossed over for a second. And that was good. That was at, like, 202. Which was right here on this little run. It's okay. This is the dip before the rip, the lay before the pay, 6 feet under before booty plunder. Okay, that's probably not true. But I appreciate the bullishness in those quick. If you think the Fed wants to see plus 3% days on SPY, QQQ, and IWM right now, you're crazy. Yeah, they definitely want to keep speculation reined in. 100 BPS cheek slap. It was more than that. It was like a 200 BPS, right? Almost. Aren't the minnow shorts bailing pre-split? It's nearly 20% shorted officially. Who says any of them are minnows? What's your post-split outlook? Big money from covered calls and selling cash secure puts. How are you feeling about this drop? That it's shitty and we should be going up? Some people still on the hopium. See how long that lasts when the SPY sells off. Well, they sure as shit weren't covered in June. Rug before the tug. We'll see. Do you believe reported short interest is accurate or higher than 20%? I don't think any reported positions are accurate. I don't know why people care about the price. I just made $1,000 on that dip. Poised to make more either way it goes. How long have we been doing this, guys? Can't donate anymore because I have a baby. You're all good, Ghosted Dan. Congrats on the baby, man. I'm confused. Is JPOW speaking? No. Brainerd. July OPEX dead. At least I didn't lose money this time. It's not over yet, unfortunately. I wish it was. I wish we could just say it's dead and then move on. But it's not, because that's not the way it works. I don't know, it seems to take them quite some time to charge up for these legs down, Stefan. Last few OPEXs seem to like the big boy long institutions don't want to play this game with us anymore. And we're seeing just how little impact retail has on a stock alone. Yeah. There is a sense of that. I hear you say that. Does that mean that our stock price will just chop infinitely, go down, gradual appreciation? Hear me say, I hear you say what? Good Godfrey. Do you ever sell CSVs and CCs at the same time on a stock? Yeah. I mean, I do it on GameStop all the time already. I do it on AMD occasionally. If I really like the resistance levels. I do it on Tesla. Sorry for repeating the question. What's the situation with the share recall due to a split? Is that a thing? If it is, I don't think any price action from it will be realized for quite some time. Probably about a quarter out. And I think we'll see evidence of any forwards written in like puts on the ETFs. So hopefully we'll have like a really good leading indicator of anything like that happening. I think the SPY rally was the settling of June OPEX across the market. Possibly, yeah. Because, I mean, July OPEX wasn't very big anywhere. June OPEX was huge. How many danlings are you personally responsible for? 0? Let's hope it's a repeat of May. That'd be cool. When's the last day we can conclude OPEX is done? After tomorrow. Brainerd looks like she betrayed RoboCop. Feb 26 all over again. Last 30 minutes will halt into close. That would be tomorrow if it was a repeat of Feb 21, not today. Did you sell out of your OPEX position? I sold a bunch of it on the drop. I've bought back a little bit more. I'm more than ready to sell it on another leg down, though. I hear you talking about all the money on cover calls. Oh, I mean, I don't give a shit what the stock does at that point, right? I guess that depends on your cost basis, but being able to sell cash secure puts on GameStop's very profitable. I think that'll be a good thing long term. And, you know, there's just other stocks. as well, especially if we're gonna have a big break in price action on GameStop. Which we may not. I mean, the split could very well drive new interest in the stock, and it'll become far more exciting. There's no predicting, I think, what is going to happen with GameStop's post-split, at least in terms of interest in it. Jimmy had some interesting options. 220s from 1021 to 300s for 519.23. Similar deltas, but more time. They probably believed their stock is nearing a short-term pop. We'll see. Did you guys sell after holding for 2 years at 151 right before the split too? Yeah, I don't understand that. Why would people do that? I can't keep up. Are we sussin' or bussin'? Or is the chat more like hussin' and fussin'? Why is Thickle surrendering? He's not. He's got a 69 bull flag. Double up on XRT is probably the more reliable one. Hmm. $147 is the new 150. It's an annoying price point, but we're holding it, so. So when he says Feb 21, you understand, but when I say it, it doesn't make sense. I thought you meant February 21st of this year. Put a fucking apostrophe after the 21. So I know. That stop sold at 50 to 100 below my stop price. Should I be using stop limits? I'm assuming it's because they filled at market. Yeah, you won't have that problem with the stop limit, NVR shilling. 50 and $100 or 50 cents and a dollar? I'm going to assume 50 cents and a dollar. Yeah, stop limits will help prevent that, but you know, they're harder to use. What happens to GME IV after the split? Historically, IV goes up on stocks after they split. What if I can't do... What if I don't have the cash part for CSPs? Do you have enough shares to sell covered calls? Sell covered calls till you have cash for CFCs or CSPs. One step at a time, right? Securities flock. The Dans make damlings. My friends have shitloads of baby showers this month. I think it's diapers propping up this market. Diapers for GMEMM. Calls on Pampers. Thanks, fiscal stupidity. That'd be good for Bye Bye Baby, right? You think split will have an effect on utilization and cost to borrow? I'm sure it will. Have they spent a lot of theta on it? The part of the hedge that we can see is in January, but we don't know if they have a counterparty or not. If they have a counterparty, they only have a quarter. If they don't have a counterparty and they're simply hedging upside price moves on GameStop, they have until January of 2023. To find a counterparty, maybe? Wouldn't us barely breaking 150 into the split be kind of disappointing if that is it? Yeah, it would be, but you know, you think it's all about us, but it's probably more about just fucking over Ryan Cohen as he tries to split his stock into an OPEX run. We expect SPY to continue this upward pressure through tomorrow. I think that'll depend on the Fed speech today. There's not a lot of room left to the upside before it hits that resistance. I think that resistance could definitely be a rejection. And depending on the Fed speech that's going on right now, we could just see a drop anyway. If it's overly hawkish or forward projections might move up the rate for a little longer, all of those things can be seen as bearish and wouldn't be unexpected on the back of the increased CPI data. It's really odd that the entire market ran, but GME and AMC, though, if that is the end of it, considering some YOLO plays for tomorrow. Yeah, I think I'll get some exposure tomorrow. Check the August 19th 200C contract chart. The value's at a 2-week low. We got rinsed on that drop. I know IV dropped, but IV's already picking back up again. Probably because they're getting ready to leg us down one more time. I gapped over the first drop earlier on my stop limit. I had to market sell to protect. Stop market sell on GME is brutal. Well, especially if you're in an illiquid strike. If you have no liquidity in your strike, it's really rough. Because you can slip like 50 cents or $1. BJ's Chippers, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the stream. Or added to the country club after the stream. I had a stop at $7 that filled at $6.25. Yeah. Stop. So, you know, there's a reason I use stop limits. Stops are good. Like, they protect you from fucking having a contract that's worth $5 after the drop, right? But stop limits are better. I still can't believe a broker as big as Fidelity only has stop limits on options, or the stop has to equal the limit price. Basically unusable. I think they auto fill them. Ethylene. So they have like a price correction mechanism that they use to try to guarantee you like a better fill or something. I don't trust it, but it's a thing that they have. Seriously, it just looks like the start of a 69-day downside. Maybe. No comments about monetary policy or economy. That's bullish. I guess it's positive we're seeing new obligations forming. We're just gonna have to monitor OI for spicy OPEX. The problem I have with that, though, is we're going into a split where more liquidity is about to be available. How much ROI do you aim for on GME CSPs? And are they usually weeklies? I almost only sell weeklies. Yeah, sometimes if we like get slammed really hard and I think we've hit like an extreme low, I'll sell like 2 weeks out. But yeah, generally just weeklies. And return on investment, I mean, if I can, like 8%, 9%. Sometimes, yeah, you get like a really good drop and you can sell them in the money a bit and then you can get better returns. If bulls represent up, bears represent downs, what animal does sideways get? Theta Gang wants to know. My vote is cats. They just chill and laze about. Sure. Would you do a class on selling CSPs? I guess. I don't know. It's not hard. What class needs to be done? It's just like selling covered calls, except inverse. Hmm. What if we're rug pulling ourselves right now? I mean, in some way, yeah, because if people sell out of calls, they're gonna offload their hedge, right? Which is what JFresh has been talking about for a week. People are loading up on SPY puts big time. Yeah, I think everyone expects it to go back down. McConnell is saying some bearish about inflation. Okay. I mean, I don't think anyone cares about that. You don't read my shitpost super chat? What was it? I don't even see your shitpost super chat. Saw Salty Shawarma become a billionaire. Thank you so much, Salty Shawarma. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe, motherfucker. Trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
BBY up 91 spots to number 7 on Fintel's Gamma Squeeze leaderboards. Who the fuck looks at that? Here's my question. How many Gamma Squeezes has Fintel's fucking leaderboard ever predicted? It seems like we're just covering the massive FTDs and haven't even started covering OPEX yet. And they don't want to start into the top of their FTD covering. That's possible. But I mean, they would still have to start, and they'd be running very, very short of time in which to do it. So, as bullish as you want to be, I still remain very reserved. I was a little more bullish going into this morning. They fucking rug tugged us again. Less bullish now. We're still up on the day, but it doesn't look like we're going to stay that way for much longer. People don't understand with stop limits. The bid needs to be their limit or it won't fill. Tight limit order won't fill. Yeah. I think a lot of people are setting stops a little too wide or a little too narrow. I mean, you could get away with tighter limits on like SPY and stuff, but not on GME. Check Shift Search and Market Chameleon for SPY. Negative 4 million delta, and Shift Search just shows so many puts building up. Also, VIX calls cheap again. Ooh, I like cheap VIX calls. How cheap? Too short. Yeah, those aren't really that great. July 27. That's next Wednesday. I don't think that's enough time. How much are August? Yeah, those aren't that underpriced. Also, Spy not dead yet. What did Brainerd, not Bullard? Brainerd is not commenting on monetary policy. Where do you start your stop limit for OPEX calls? 10% gains? Generally, yeah. Seems like they were just covering their massive FTDs. Okay. Not that I think it's valid, but does a split hurt DRS theory? Yes and no. I mean, so splits increase liquidity. It encourages the sale of previously held shares psychologically. I'm not saying retail can't, do better than that. Like they can't like just buy and hold more. They can, but that would go against, the standard market psychology models. I've made several dollars with Fidelity Price Improvement Program. Here they are. Thank you so much, Cybernetic Construct. MSM firing off. Here's how low Netflix can go after earnings articles. Makes me bullish. I just want to share. Interesting. I would expect their earnings to be more nothing than another big sell-off. This is the point in May where I sold. Then I regretted it. I guess I'll keep 2 calls open just in case till tomorrow. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Do CSUs cost same like shares? Well, yes and no. When it comes to selling CSPs, do you look at the details? The deltas? Yeah. It's the same shit. It's just the opposite end of the spectrum. You want the price of the stock to go, well, it's more bullish than a covered call is bearish. But that's because you're using cash to secure it, not collateral. You don't see a FOMO killer? Jimmy has a red day while all the market indexes are 2% up, right? Just because people are so dumb, just hold. JFresh is fudding us, says Jimmy puts can print. I don't think that's the case. JFresh is still very much long GME. Are we seeing that thing where everyone buys SPY puts, but no one sells the underlying? Maybe. Yeah. I see SPY, like the negative delta coming in on the SPY. It's coming in pretty hard. It's not a lot of it though. Was that wait for 2 hours? Is this shorting? Yep. Big short. Why are we inversing the SPY? Why would we do that? I mean, that's not normal. Like if we're inversing the SPY, that's not normal behavior for the stock. So you know, when you finally get this message, it's 2024. I'm still waiting for July OPEX. Shitpost super chat. Thank you so much, F-On. How to scare weeklies, wait all day, then bring the price back to what it was at open, make them see theta, shove that decay in their faces. Yeah. Also with the IV drop, right? Still think Cohen has another trick up his sleeve. We'll see what it is. Peak is today the only day for OPEX covering. No, OPEX covering can continue into tomorrow. I'm just saying that this is a good entry point for tomorrow. It could be, or it's a shit one, right? I mean, that's how most good entries are, either good or complete garbage. This one has an easily definable risk at 145 though. So it's not the worst. It's not as tight as maybe you'd want it to be, but it's not the worst. What's massive FTDs though? Oh, I mean the FTDs generated at the end of May were extremely high. I love when someone says something retardedly speculative and you just reply, it's possible. I mean, anything is, right? So I have CCs at 150 for December and the split happens. The price of the stock will be way below my strike. Big brain move? Haha, JK. Okay. Thanks for the help in explaining all this. You got it, man. Well, I'm stopped out. I managed to make a little money by DCAing and setting stops, which is good considering I treat these as just don't lose money affair. GGMM. Why does Gurk eat goat? Is it a nutritional thing? I don't. Is JFresh bearish or bullish? I don't know. What are you? He's the opposite. They're not covering anything if they see retail has options. They will do anything to make us lose. They really do like to crush the shit out of the weeklies. The farther dated options, I feel like they're far more encouraged to hedge because they're taking a longer timeline on their risk. Like, that was what was one of the great things about March, is that everyone had really far dated options at the time. Like, a lot of the options interest for March was in, you know, June. Like June and April calls, right? Like that, the vast majority of it. And so, you know, not a lot of choice but to hedge there, right? Because the risk is enormous if they don't. But on weekly is like, they don't give a shit. They'll just burn you out of them. On other stocks, you know, you can play weeklies and they're fine for like intraday moves and scalping and stuff like that. But like buying and holding weeklies, hoping for like a big swing play, is not a good idea. But everyone knows that. It doesn't mean they're going to stop doing it. They were waiting to drop the OPEX obligations to AM so they can use the split as a reason for the price action. Maybe, but I mean, we've been seeing news articles about how bullish the split is for days now. I find it funny that everyone's looking for a short squeeze instead of learning how to trade. Yes. Any chance you can write a DD post split on the weekend to just summarize all your thoughts on everything that happened to GME over the past few weeks? Possibly. I mean, or I'll cover it on here at some point. We'll see if I have time. If I do, I might put something out. Now, let me got gapped and Ivy last month got totally murdered. Oh, okay. Back in like June 24th. You need them to be wider on GameStop. Like I would say that you probably don't want a limit less like 0.5 is really the lowest I'll go on GameStop, and my like stop and limit spread. And usually, you know, especially if the options have seen some decent profits, I'll have that spread at 1. And then like you know, ideally I'll fill in the upper end of that, but if I don't, it's fine. If you were the CFO, would you do a split? Also, would you do another dilution? I probably wouldn't do... Well, I'd probably do this... Maybe I'd do the split, but I don't see a need for a dilution currently. I don't think the CFO, like, stood in the way of the split. I think he just wasn't performing well. In retrospect, do you feel like we should have expected the rug pull? Yes. It's not in retrospect. I expected a rug pull. We've talked about almost nothing else but rug pulling this week for like the last 2 fucking weeks. So it's always been on the table. Should you've been prepared for it? Yes. We knew that the fucking options chain was running on fumes. And we haven't even gotten rug pulled very fucking hard, frankly. Like, this isn't like a November rug pull where we're down $40 in a day, right? This is just like 2 slight drops of $4 each that have an almost immediate IV recovery. They're simply trying to burn out the weeklies. They don't want to probably hedge them very much. They definitely don't want this price of the stock running up or more FOMO coming in. There's a reason. We just don't know what it is yet. What was it, 175 calls? They turned to 4375 or I believe so. Yeah. Yeah, 4370. That sounds right. You get 4 of them. So instead of having 1, you'll have 4. You forgot the Power Hour song. Sure.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
You little stock investor, you. Come on over here. I got something to show you. I think you might like it. Let me show you my secret scenes. Promise you won't tell a soul, cause I feel so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair. ETF creation, bonafide market maker makes my secret scene this hard.
You think setting trailing stops on your positions and then going to play video games is a reasonable strategy to prevent overtrading? I guess. You probably want to make sure that your position is moving the way you want it to before you did that. Sorry, the chat's like gapping down. Any recommended literature videos to watch before trying to trade index futures? Don't. That's my recommendation. Hype spike equals Jimmy spike equals more hype equals more spike equals institution sell out equals hype crash equals more sell equals more fear equals more sell equals today's action. Let's go to entry on cat 916 180s. No. Like the 176 range is kind of a good entry. I wonder if I'll get stopped out here on my weeklies. I should just close them, I think. I don't want to carry them overnight. Yeah, hold on. I have some fairly in the money calls here, so I think I'm gonna close this position out. There we go. And then we'll see what happens tomorrow. I'm keeping my Septembers open for those of you that are curious. I'm just closing out my weeklies that I bought yesterday. My tinfoil has they found the CFO is a snake / spy. Maybe. Generally, CFOs don't get ousted very often. Up 30% on my one call. Gonna buy more on the next run. Cool. They used to drop us 20 to 50% or 20 to 30%. Yeah. We used to get dropped hard. Tell everyone to buy $20 in the money weeklies when they have to hedge. When do we start running tomorrow? Will you be holding your 729s until the end of the week? If we get a continuation run like May. Maybe. Depending on how much exposure. So if we do run tomorrow, and we run, if we put enough options in the money, then possibly. Then I may hold my calls longer, waiting for the T+2 to roll over. But more likely, I will sell a large chunk of the position at as near to the peak of that run as I can, and use the second upside move to sell covered calls. This is kind of how I did it in March also, right? Like I sold at the low test at 158, about 50% of my position. Then I sold at the high test of like 198, 200. They filled at different prices, but the other 50% of my position. And then I used the second upside move to sell covered calls, which I sold like slightly in the money. And then I sold more covered calls at the end of the week after I confirmed the downtrend. Remember, everyone was like, oh, you're going to get assigned on Friday because I had like 158s or whatever. CNS done? Yeah. But it's, I mean, it's not like they don't know what they're doing, right? They dropped it relative to the bounce back from CNS. How far in profit do you get before you set stops? Usually if I hit 10%, I'll start setting stops. It depends and it varies. Sometimes I forget to. But generally, yeah, like if I was adhering to a strict rule at 10%, I would begin setting up stops to protect at least my break even, right? Sometimes I'm setting them at break even. Thanks, Mike Buys Leaps. Can you take a quick look at DDS? I'm looking to enter a share position soon, and remember you bringing it up a couple days ago. How the volatility is expanding. Is this good or bad? It can be either one. Volatility expanding is mostly unpredictable. I bought some DDS like 2 weeks ago. When it was kind of trading at these lows. It's bouncing a little bit, which is encouraging. Also interesting that, you know, it's moving up with OPEX the way it normally does, but we're really not seeing this necessarily the same price action out of GameStop. And these are generally very tightly correlated in the basket. But it hasn't made like a big move up yet. I think below 225 is a fine entry. But I would stay away from options. The spread on them is very, very risky. And if you can get an entry closer to 210, obviously that's better. I should probably set a stop on that position as well. I don't think I have anything on that. Weekly degen slowed down the drop, rolled out on the bottom. Big if true. Relevant if true. If people are trading it that well, it's a good thing. I was up 200% on my weeklies, now not so much. I think you might be about to be up 200% on them again. Killing it on EPAM, thanks to the tip. All credit to Gaff on that one. If I buy in TDY, would I still qualify for the split? Yes. Any shares purchased today will come with a due bill redemption that will be redeemed on the 25th or maybe a little later, but around the 25th. Since assignment is random, what happens if you don't get assigned? Just keep premiums? Yep. It's not that random. I mean, like, if you have like out of the money CCs, the chances of you being assigned on them are extremely slim. And if you are, it's, you know, to your benefit generally. V puts looking good now. Not necessarily, and they have earnings this week. I mean, I'd be careful with buying V puts right now. I still have calls on it. I may, and it broke out of that upper trend. Parks cars, so it could move maybe to 220. The next resistance is at 215 and it's already broken out, so make sure that you factor that into your assessment before entering puts, because you may be paying a lot more for premiums right now and you may have to suffer through some losses if you got into them right now. Shorted, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up or one of the moderators on the Discord and we'll get you the directions for linking up your YouTube and your Discord. Thank you so much, dude. Since stocks typically go up post-split, can you talk about why you're so confident in selling CCs post-split? Why does a rising share price make CCs appealing? It's not that the rising share price makes CCs appealing. First of all, the lower cost of CSPs is appealing, and the fact that I will be able to sell vast quantities of covered calls after the split is very appealing to me. It allows me to sell them in greater spreads. I can hedge them better. I can take less positional risk. Well, less risk with the initial investment, like the capital deployed, and still effectively hedge while selling even more covered calls than I do now. Did we fill the overnight gap? I don't think so. Maybe? If we did, just barely. Where was it? Was it here? Yeah. So yeah, we filled it. I like overfilled it, but we filled it. There's upside gaps. We never fill those. It's 2062. SS apes have developed a single cell organism with their own language derived from DRS. Same time, Wall Street bots evolved into underground bums with language derived from all might YOLO fight. Continue. What? Okay. What would you recommend for someone new to GME? Book of MOASS? Yeah, and the following DD as well. Wiking off to MOASS. Or wiking off to OPEX. You just transfer them. It's not that hard. So what you're saying is that most shares traded each day on GME are for market makers hedging. So yes. Well, we saw about 2.7 million volume yesterday. Probably gonna see 3 million today. Is that OPEX? I don't think it's sufficient. No. Especially given that most of the volume has been hedging. I do not think it's sufficient to cover obligations. That doesn't mean that the obligation volume's coming. It's just that we haven't seen obligation volume, right? And if we have, and it's already been settled, it's been settled over several days, not just the last two, right? I would recommend not bothering. That's fair. I'm selling cover calls on Build-A-Bear to JFresh. Nice. Slow packs into close. We had a little bounce there. Like, nice recovery with CNS, but I don't know if it's... It doesn't look like it's going to continue much. What do you think SPY will do for before close? Alright, it looks kind of stagnant. If anything, it might break up back to like the 329 level. GME is Schrodinger stock, simultaneously bearish and bullish. I think that all stocks are simultaneously bearish and bullish. I sold out of all your position? No. No, I still have 150s and 160s. I still have 390s and 950s as well. I sold the ones I had earlier for a profit, and then I bought back in like some over here, and I bought some more over here. Not a lot. I don't have a ton of exposure, but I can chase if I need to. Unless we run up like $20 overnight, I'll be fine. If you were to enter a position tomorrow in case of a potential Wednesday run, would you prefer weeklies or August? Not weeklies, maybe bi-weeklies. Because I'd want to be able to hold them if the run was really strong into Thursday. Without burning too much theta. Cherish those 950s. I mean, they're never really worth less. They drop a little bit, but it's minimal. All stocks? How do you feel about Carnival? Okay, well, that's... Sure. It's not how I feel about it, right? Because there is a bull case. I'm sure there's a bull case for Carnival. I'm sure people are buying it, assuming that there is a bull case for it. Just because Just because there's two cases doesn't mean one of them isn't wrong. What's your thoughts on tomorrow's price action if they don't need to cover any more obligations for OPEX? It'll be a lot like today, probably. Baba puts 144 for August 18, or SPY puts 391 for August 19. What do you think? Good idea, good moment. Baba puts 104, right? Not 144. Baba, I mean, we already shorted the downside on Baba the last time. I don't know if Baba's gonna move back into the 80s anytime soon. It could, but things are looking a little more bullish. For like China's gonna, they're trying to improve investor confidence, and they're moving forward with like their own version of QE. I wouldn't necessarily bet hard against China. The SPY's got like the rest of this week and into a little bit of next week with very little significant economic data. So I would probably wait on that as well. I would at least, look for a turnaround, or like there's nothing, I don't think there's anything this week that's really going to affect it much. The original silverback Adam Aaron is majority owner of Carnival shares. Do we get another day because of 4th of July? Yeah, that just extends covering into tomorrow. Like you want to buy your puts at the top, right? But you don't want to buy them into the bull run. Yeah. So just consider that when you're looking to go short right now. That the bull runs are they are sustainable and unreasonable, and in the case of this one on the SPY right now, just completely fucking irrational. So be patient, right? That's what bears are. Bears are patient. They're wrong far less often than bulls. But they have to be patient enough to see the conclusion of their thesis, which can take some time because of the unrelenting nature of the bullish buyer. But eventually the bulls tire out. What if IBKR comes out during the earnings and says they're going bankrupt because they haven't buying any GME stock in WeBull? You'll be sorry then. Sarcasm. Thank God. Is the advantage of halting us into close that they gain an extra day? Yes. That would be tomorrow, though, not today. Because they don't need an extra day today. They already have one. Wednesday, Biden rumored to be announced executive action on climate, but just now, more rumors saying we'll stop short of announcing a climate emergency. That could roil markets. Interesting. We'll see. Wait, so it's today T+1 or T+2? Opening bell today is T+2, and opening bell tomorrow is also T+2. It's bell to bell. Missed most of the stream after this morning. 2 rug pulls in one day. Rough. Not really. We're right back to fucking where we were when we opened. Thanks to the edutainment. Selling CCs yet? Not yet. After hours covering is pretty unlikely because of the low liquidity. Yeah, well, because it would move the price up significantly. That's why they don't want to cover in after hours. Irrational exuberance of the bulls. Yeah. Dork posting bullish stuff in the Discord. Nice. No, Dork is providing information. Whatever you do with that information, you're the one who determines if it's bullish or bearish or how to assess it, right? Now, me and Dork and JFresh, we all have our opinions of how to interpret the data, but you have to make your own interpretation of the data. Because even if you fail, that will be the interpretation of the data that you are most convinced of. You shouldn't be investing on other people's interpretation of data. You should make your own, come to your own assumptions, weigh the information provided to you and decide how you're going to move forward with it. Weak options chain now versus March, the difference? No, not just that. In Feb, 90,000 puts were closed. In March, it was like 150,000 puts were closed. In June, 130,000 puts were closed. And July, 40,000 puts were closed. So, notionally, this was much larger than this. And then also, this has a weak chain. And this had not only a strong chain, but it had a massive negative hedge. So we had the catalyst from the puts being closed, the catalyst from the calls going in the money, and we had this large pile of potential obligations. Now we don't have anything on the options chain. It's just fucking flat and neutral, and we have a lower number of obligations. So we never expected this run to equal March's, right? But what we're not seeing is any effect of these obligations. And I think that's the last thing we're holding out for, is that there's actual buy pressure that needs to be realized on the stock. Dork just posted a much more bullish screenshot. I don't think so. Everything Girk says is exactly right. You need to work out what you believe the data is telling you. Then practice paper trading based on your opinion until you get accurate. Then while you do this, shadow trade his positions in a real account for your 401k. Thank you, Jean-Claude Van Damme. Not exactly. Is your indicator frozen? I don't know. I think me and him are looking at the same one. Oh, he may be posting, he's probably posting this one, like this. This is double weighted to XRT. So I was showing the one weighted to IJH and XRT. What data would indicate obligations were kicked to September due to the pro rata agreement? Well, hopefully we'd see large numbers of puts start picking up in the ETFs going into September, and hedging in place for those futures contracts. Forward contracts, I should say. What do you reckon holds August 190, 150s overnight? Pretty much flat right now. You could. I mean, there's not a ton of downside risk overnight. Unless there were bad news or something. It's up to you. I mean, if you're flat, you can just sell and rebuy in the morning, which is less risky, right? But yeah, again, that's entirely up to you. I don't know how bullish it is, just stating what I think is happening. Yeah. I understand that sentiment very well. All our games today, we're still above 150. True. wholeheartedly agree. As long as you tell me how to interpret the data. Which then helps you form an exit strategy. Yeah, T+2 is until open tomorrow. But there's an extra day due to July 4th, correct? Yes. Meaning covering is until open bell Thursday. No, because I don't think... So I don't think they get an extra trading day at the end of their settlement for the July 4th holiday. I don't think that changes their settlement. I think they just get one extra calendar day. So their settlement would still be in the same period. Also, isn't Thursday the effective date? No, Friday's the effective date, right? Sorry, Girk, you're right. Didn't get that right. You need to work out what you believe the data is telling you, then practice paper trading based on your opinion until you get accurate. Then while you do this, shadow trade Girk's positions. Wait, hold on, sorry. It disappeared. Shadow trade Girk's positions in your parents' 401k and yours on Stefan's. Thank you, Jean-Claude. I thought we touched GN with FOMO going into the split plus OPEX, but I could have been wrong. I thought we touched gamma neutral with FOMO going into the split plus OPEX. Gamma max? No, we didn't. We haven't hit gamma max. It's stayed relatively high in the like 160 to 170, like 170, 180 range. Hey Gurk, cheers to today. Regardless of the squeeze, I'm convinced GME's a solid long play. Do you agree? Wholeheartedly. I feel like Cohen lined everything up too well not to have one more trick up his sleeve this week. Not trying to be tinfoil, just seems like there's more than what we've seen so far. I just don't know what the fuck it would be at this point. I mean, aside from buying into BBBY, that would be the big thing that I think he could do. Maybe that's just because that's the thing I want him to do. Scenario, 200 shares total, 100 of which are long-term capital gains, 100 are short. If you sell a CC and get exercised on, which shares are sold? It depends on if you have your account set to first in, first out, or last in, first, or first in, last out, or last in, first out. It should be last in, first out. LIFO. What Occam's Razor suggests, if we haven't seen them cover large obligations by end of the day tomorrow, there were simply no large amount of obligations. Isn't 90 to 120 days a long time to compound obligations to cover in September? Just spitballing. That's where the forward contract would be written to. If they balance their NAV, so it's not really extending the, well, yeah, they could write a forward a quarter out. They could write it for August too, but that seems less likely. Like, why not write it into the futures, like the CME futures expiration, when they generally write their forward contract? I'm not saying I'm not going to be keeping a very watchful eye on August OPEX. I absolutely will be. But it makes sense for them to write it a quarter out. I mean, that's what we saw happen with Tesla. Well, maybe, potentially, we saw that happen with Tesla and NVIDIA. What is Jork posting a manta ray for fun? August isn't a futures expiration or an ETF rebalance, right? Like June was both of those things. July and August are neither of those things. Forward. What do you say, forward? There's an R. Forward. Like for, like as in the forefront of something. And then ward. How long do you think this relief rally will last? I'm eyeing cheap puts. A week out on the SPY. Went over that already. It could keep going, especially if it breaks 393. It could easily move up to 400. The stack? Yeah. Nice. RC gonna subvert everyone's expectations and bind a Tootsie Roll, which was the real play all along. I mean, I don't think Tootsie Roll is a very attractive buyout for him. Not only is the company super well run and efficient, it's owned. Like the ownership is absolute. How's VXX rising with the SPY? I don't know, weird shit in the yields last time someone said. Like the yield, like the yield inversion completed instead of just kind of running together. I don't know why it's doing it today. Check the yields, like the 2 and 5. Sorry that was phrased wrong and I pressed N instead of M. I thought we would have touched GM pre-split. Yeah, no, we didn't. We never hit GM. If we close above 150, Citadel will crumble and Kenny will go to jail. Okay. I highly doubt that outcome's true. What if GameStop announces they're buying Steam? I don't think they can afford it. Also, why would he sell? Faux wad? I'm gonna play every monthly OPEX till the next pop. Same. So far, they haven't even been that bad. Even the NOPEXs have been nice. He doesn't buy efficient or well-run companies. Yeah, he doesn't. I mean, that's like not where an activist investor's interests would lie, right? How far out are you selling CCs? We'll see. I don't know yet. I haven't sold any. Cat ripping into close. I know, it's fucking with me. It's making me really, really want to sell my September calls, but I don't think I should. Oh, you know what I'll do? I'll buy a couple puts to hold overnight. Especially while it's running like this. There we go. That way I don't get fucked. There's a problem as a Europort. I don't have a 401k. How do I transfer my mortgage to my brokerage to gamble that? I can live in the dumpster for a while. I don't know. I guess you'd withdraw equity and then deposit that in the bank and then transfer it to your brokerage. I don't think Tootsie Roll would have a lot of generational employees and investors. It does. How would OPEX look if they just didn't find a counterparty for the hedge they still have to cover? Is that even a realistic probability? It would be really, really fucking slow. Like, they would cover over the entire covering period because they would try to cover without ever spiking IV, right? Positionally, that would be their goal, would be to keep IV low while covering the entirety of their position. But that would suck because then IV is at a low moving into the low part of the cycle. So there's no profit to be made off of being short IV if IV is already low. But yeah, I mean, it would look a lot like just sustained upside that just didn't fucking quit. That would be hard to differentiate, honestly. It would be hard for us to figure out if that were true or not. I wish I could hear your daily wrap with a few minutes left to put in final trades if needed, warranted. I mean, GameStop looks good going into tomorrow. Crossing VWAP now. Fuck what? Fuck what? Trina? Holy shit, Trina. Thank you so much. What the fuck was that for? You're welcome. I appreciate it. Thank you. Cohen's like the DFE of investors, looking for deep fucking value no one else sees. I don't know. I feel like yes with GameStop, not so much with BBBY. I feel like BBBY, it was just kind of obvious that it was like another basket stock all along. Now, if he'd bought in before they did that stupid fucking share buyback, that would have been great. Well, RC do an icon and dismantle BBBY. I mean, I would expect RC will do whatever it takes to get his money out of his investment. The SPY, good lord, wild. Yeah, coming right up on that 393 resistance I was talking about earlier. It's actually a tiny bit higher. I think it's at 393. What is it? 393. Well, this is the downtrend resistance. This one's actually more important than this gray line here. This is 393.33. This one's actually like 392.56. So one could argue that it's already broken the more significant of the two trends, which is this upper one. And this goes, you know, all the way back to like March. So that's significant, but I'd still wanted to see it break upwards of this bear flag. Probably not going to see a full breakout of that today. If it does, I do expect that it could move back to 400, maybe even 413 over the next 2 weeks. So keep an eye on that. See like the lack of suppression? Like, I mean, there's still suppression on the breakout, but it's much lower after CNS, which is interesting. Brexit burned me real hard. Still not break even from that shit show. Fair enough. But are you getting there? I mean, if you're getting there, then that's a step in the right direction. HELOC into weeklies. Got it. No, terrible idea. Has this stream got too popular and our secrets of understanding the cycles have been exposed to hedgies and others switching it up to fuck us? Find out. I am encouraged by the climb into close. It's nice to see. I'm not doing that, Brian Renzi. Google doing well into close too. I should check those actually before market close. Ooh, fuck. I'm so close to my PT. So that's what, like 50, almost $50 up on the calls. IV's pretty fucking good too. Overnight. I really like the bull run on this. Yeah, maybe I'll just hold it overnight. Fuck it. I've got a lot of theta. Ooh, but Netflix earnings tonight. That affect Google much? I don't think so, right? No, fuck it. I'm not gonna risk it. Give me a second. I have to exercise these. I'll be right back in like 3 minutes. All right. I'm good. Crossview 1.5k likes. Congrats on your 300th daily DD. Thanks, man. It's been a lot. Hey, Greg, can't believe you've written 300 daily posts on GME to commemorate. Here's $300. Holy fuck. Appreciate all the effort you and the other pickles take to help educate and entertain us all about the financial markets via our favorite stock, GME. A South, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that, man. That's that's super awesome, dude. It's been well, some days better than others, but it's definitely been fun. I appreciate that, man, a lot. My question is, anybody actually read 300 of them? I know some of you have. What are you going to do now that you're rich? I don't know. Buy some more GameStop. I know you have Secure. Now you can afford to refill your water bottle. I know, it's exciting. I just have to get on the plane to California after the stream. Well, I didn't count the FTD'd ones in the total, obviously. That means a lot, guys. Thank you. I thought your DDs were you just posted that you doubled down. No. Better question is, did you gift that Pigeonwell membership that someone gave you for $1,200, or did you embezzle it? A better question is, can I have it? I don't know if that person ever reached back out to me for me to like try to figure out something on the Discord to add them to Pigeonwell. And then like through Ko-Fi, I don't know who they are. So I still remember that. So June and July's obligations could have been kicked to September using forward contracts. No, see, I don't think June and July's could have been. I do think that like it's possible that they July and whatever comes from the split could be, but that would still leave June needing to be covered. June wouldn't have been able to be kicked at all if they deferred it. There's no, yeah, like those escrow accounts, they force check every day that the orders can be filled, and if they don't provide proof, the buy-in is forced through FINRA. So, yeah, I don't think that's possible. Jesus fucking Christ, Han Banan, stop giving me your money. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Han. You could have bought GameStop. You could have bought so much GameStop. Stop doing that. Do you wear Osiris D3s? No, but if I could find some, I would buy them in a heartbeat. Those were some of the most comfortable shoes I've ever owned. Daniel Mushbrush. Cheers, man, and cheers to another 300. Thank you so much, dude. Okay, 300 long days full of fun and learning and some laughs along the way. Thanks for all you do. Thanks, man. I think it's more than 300, but I didn't used to count them in the beginning. Thank you guys, all of you, so much. It means a lot that after all this time, some of you still aren't broke. $200K shares back in IBKR. Yeah, that happened earlier though, I think. How do I donate $300 to Moonwin? Asking for Moonwin. I don't know. If memory serves, they said it was prepaid for gifting someone with a year's membership or whatever else you decide. Oh, maybe. That does sound accurate. I'll have to think about it. Should make Zakura Pigeon well. Oh, by the way, I didn't get a chance to do this yesterday because I didn't see. Congratulations to the Zakures, Mr. and Mrs. Mostly Mrs. Good job. You finally broke him down and got an extra one out of him. Congrats on the new baby, guys. Seriously. Thanks, Zero. Can you confirm how a stop works for longer dated illiquid contracts? E.g., I have a contract at 23, ask is 23, bid is 21. How would I go about setting a stop that doesn't instantly trigger? Well, I mean, you'd want the stop near the mid, I guess. Are you really afraid of like violent moves in the underlying? Like generally a leap is managed a bit differently than like a short dated contract as far as stops are concerned. You're more concerned with like intraday and day over day prices than you really are with like short intraday moves. Something else for doing this. The morons would have made you go full shill months ago. Made me go full shill months ago. That's fair. No one's made me a great offer yet, so no one, nothing to worry about yet. As yet, some of us are still broke. Thank you for teaching us, and here's to many more days kicking it with gherkin it. Thank you, Dancy Queen. Thanks, Pickle Man. Came for the food hacks, stayed for the DD. You got it, Blue Fire. Lance Bass, appreciate you, G. I've given you shit through the frosted tips, perm, electric bills, and not showing me your calves for over a year, but I'm still here. Thanks for everything. Thank you so much, Lance Bass. I'll let you in on a secret. My calves are on the Discord, but you have to find them. Or at least one of my calves is. There's a teaser for the only calves. How does BBBY look to you on the daily from a technical perspective? Oh, I want to, like, I instantly want to say shit. I don't think it's built up enough time on these lows yet for it to be reliable. When was the fucking last time it was this price? Yeah, so 1996 to now, it was trading at higher prices with the exception of this week in April of 2020 during the COVID crash. So I mean, it's not great. It has stabilized a little bit. I do like that it's starting to lift off to the resistance and show some appreciation, but it's minimal, and it's only over the last 2 days, which are both OPEX days. So unless I see a sustained move back above $6, I have very little confidence from the technical perspective in this not just legging down again. Ding ding. The day is done. Netflix big ups. That's probably good for the Google shares that I could have held overnight instead of exercising. But I got some free Google, so that's cool, right? Chipotle closed its doors at its first unionized location. Is this bad for Chipotle? Bad for their public image, great for their investors. All hail King Xerxes, Persian god, slayer of the 300. Thank you so much. Netflix lost 970,000 subs, and no one gives a shit, apparently. Interesting. Can I have my paper-handed bitch taken away for a month? Yeah, absolutely, Han. What is the Goog split? It was Friday? Aftermarket on Friday last week. Amazon responding well to Netflix earnings. Good. I can sell more in the money covered calls and hopefully get assigned this time. Netflix revenue 7.97 billion, estimated 8.04 billion, EPS $3 per share, estimated 2.91. I may not be a pigeon whale giving you large donations, but I like to think of myself as a pigeon snail giving you a penny ad revenue every day. Or 1/1000th of a penny ad revenue every day. Thank you so much, +1 GMA. You don't have to give me anything. It's more than enough that you just come in here and aggravate me sometimes. Do opposite of what should happen and profit. Huh. You got it, Woodlorf. To be honest, I'm stoked for tomorrow. Hashtag don't feed the shill. Listen, Gaff, you got your bonus today. All right. Wait, I come in here and aggravate you like every day. I know. Wrap up, please. Yep, I'm getting to it. All right, so GME today, you know, we had a nice rally into the morning, and then more of just like that fucking intraday sinus grind where we trade flat and nothing really happens. And two large volumetric short attacks throughout the day, both of which basically resolved, you know, with our closing price right, almost right where we opened. Actually up for the day 3.54% over yesterday's close. You know, when we're looking at our liquidity model here, it looks like we're moving towards another snapback or a crossover into tomorrow morning, which could lead to some more upward price action like we saw this morning when that occurred right there in that kind of little diamond shape before the first big short attack. So tomorrow also the last day for T+2 to be realized. Any significant volume tomorrow could be a sign of that. So we'll be looking for high volume throughout the day. As far as the SPY goes, it continues to run. Brainerd didn't speak out about any Fed policy today, which I think, you know, ultimately is bullish. The lack of news, no news is good news right now. And I could see, especially with Netflix earnings performing so well here in the aftermarket. Well, they were. Now they're dropping a little. We'll see. I could see the SPY continuing its rally into tomorrow and ultimately moving up into that really important test at like 393, possibly even breaking out above that and moving up into like the 400 or 410 range over the next week and a half. We'll see how that plays out. Caterpillar, I know a lot of you are in on this, so I'll kind of cover it real quick. It looks like it did well today. Moved up with a stable uptrend in the Dow. Not as accelerated as I would like its move up to be, but still stable. It looks solid. Its next big resistance is here at 182.53. So don't expect too much resistance from the 180 mark, but do note that a lot of people have been carrying this since the lows of like 165, and a test at 180 could see some selling. So I would expect maybe a small or medium-sized rejection at 180, possibly back to 170 or 182, sorry. Back to 178, maybe even 175. This is really normal for Caterpillar to move up and test the next higher resistance, fail, and then move back up again. So watch out for that if you're in Cat. If you held your weeklies on Cat overnight, best of luck to you in the morning. Hopefully you see some price improvement overnight. If not, you know, tomorrow the rejection may be a good time to average down September's or get out of them if you're happy with the profits. Thank you guys all so much. I really appreciate it. And I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a great night, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where
mine.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show!
Not an advisor. Frigulon.